And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have gifted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using it.
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City, right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? My God. It is already March. It's March 1st. I believe we're close to the Ides of March. Beware the Ides of March, history fans, alternate history fans. Today's date literally is March 1st in the year of our Lord 2024. Today's guest is none other than Dave Petrella. Dave Petrella, he is an Oak Island researcher who delves into metaphysics, and he has spent time traveling the world studying astrology. He likes learning about world religions and spiritual traditions, as well as Eastern medicine, metaphysics, or already said that, and the idea of life from other worlds. He joins us today to share his unique passions. I'm excited. Sounds like a great guest. And don't forget to stay tuned after our guest, where we will have lots to talk about. Don't forget about our special podcast within a podcast, Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. Let's see if Dr. Robert has anything to say on this fine evening. Dr. Robert, are you there? He's probably using the bathroom or something like that, or he's brewing some kind of special tea to get ready for the show, but we'll leave him alone and we'll get back to him later. Don't worry, guys. He may not have answered that time, but he will be on. Dr. Robert fans. And don't forget to go to endofdaysradio.com, where you can keep up on everything End of Days Radio. I swear I'm going to start updating that guest list a little bit better. I keep directing people there and I don't update it. That's so wrong. I literally have spirits yelling at me and berating me for being so shitty. And you can also donate to the show there. Just click that donate button. You can donate through PayPal. You can donate Bitcoin. $5, $10, $15, $20. It all helps. It all goes to a great cause. Keeping this show on the air, keeping everything lively, keep the lights on, keeping the servers up. And of course, you can email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. If you have a criticism, if you have a comment, if you have a guest idea, if you would like to appear on the show as a guest, if you would like me, yours truly, to come onto your live stream or your podcast or your radio show or whatever your hustle is, if you want me to grace you and your fans with my presence, and present, I am a present. All you got to do is email me, and we will have a hell of a time. I guarantee it. But enough jibber jabber. Ooh, I should cover that bright spot right there. Enough jibber jabber. Let's bring on our man of the hour himself, Dave Petrella.
Hey, Daniel. Hey, guys.
Hey, Dave. It is good to see you. Looking good.
Oh, you too, man. Nice to meet you.
Definitely. It's a pleasure indeed. I've been checking out some of your past interviews, and good stuff, man. Good stuff. I cannot wait to delve into this. You have been working very hard on what you do. And I know we didn't really discuss what we were going to talk about today, but I did have some things I wanted to bring up at least. And you're welcome to bring up whatever you would like to as well. This is a very free-flowing Never mind, man. I need to drink more of my energy drink. Platform. That was the word I was looking for. So, going from the beginning, like, where are you from originally?
I was born in Connecticut, and I've been all 50 states, most of Canada, doing research. I worked in Alaska for a while in the tourism industry, so that took me through a lot of kind of like the western side of Canada. But I walked into Mexico one time, but it's really been focused in North America, and mostly because that's where I'm from, But there's so much to see out there, Daniel. And the thing is that I'm a scientist, and so I believe in on the ground research. And if you got a question, go out in the actual locale and try to figure it out. Ask the local people questions. Get a good read of the energy of the land. You really want to do the on the ground research in addition to being in books and whatever, movies, TV shows, whatever you're watching. But you can't match actually being there in terms of the information you're going to get.
Yeah, just reading books and things like that, it's not quite the same as actually being on location. That's taking things to a whole nother level. I dream of being there one day myself, where I can actually lay hands and eyes first hands on some of these things instead of always having to research online and through YouTube and various odd websites and things like that. I would love to get out there and check out the Great Pyramid or something like that. Check out some of those things going on in Mesoamerica, the Yucatan Peninsula. That's a place that I've always wanted to go to. What has been your favorite site to see?
Oh man, well, that's a tough one. They're all very kind of, well, at least initially I thought they were all different lines of research, and the past few years it's proving to be sort of the same thing, which is a very large world story. It's an Earth. This is an Earth story, and so when you're talking about ancient history and the ancient civilizations, you want to go back as far as you possibly can. Some of it has to be inferred, but you can intelligently infer that. And if you have good psychic channels open, you can get a lot of information coming in. I believe in, if you have honesty in your heart and you're really trying to aim for benevolence, you will be given many gifts, many gifts, and they're all in due time. You're not given things first of all, you're not given things before you're ready. And second of all, the universe won't give you things before it's ready. And that's one of the things that I've had to learn the past 15 years through doing research is that I'm going to go right now, but if the universe is saying, no, it's not part of the current time, if it gave me something now, then it would destroy something else, then it can't be allowed. So we have to be patient, but what I am able to do is I hold the information for when I need it. and it's, you know, it just never ends. As you know, anyone who does research, you get information coming in all the time, and you just have to figure out really what to do with it. So what I had to start doing probably 4 years ago, yeah, probably about 4 years ago, is I had so much information coming in that I actually just, I said a very simple prayer, and it was, please give me what I can have some action on. Give me something that I can actually make something happen. Because I love information, Daniel, you know, but it's just, I'll sit and listen to anyone, any topic, and I'm trying to contribute to making the world a better place. So I ask for things that I can move the dial, you know, something, I want something to happen.
It sounds like you have a little bit of psychic ability, sixth sense. You're able to achieve some type of ESP sensations. You're able to talk to spirits.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yep. And you know, sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's not so much a blessing. I'm not the you know, I have a lot of friends that are mediums and channelers. I don't really do that side. I don't really have interest in getting my information that way. I'm very thankful there's a lot of people that can do that. They're very good at doing that. But for me, the way that I receive information is in usually it's a single event download, and it's like a file of information. So it's not just like I ask a question, I get one piece of information. No, it's like a whole portfolio that comes in, and I've had to wait. Oh man, like I actually remember last year I was waiting, I think 5 months, and I knew it was going to come because I didn't know what to do next, and I was about to go on another research trip. But we just have to be patient, you know, and we have to understand it has to be at the right time. And in fact, I believe really our entire lives are like that. I didn't really key into that until much later on. But when I look back at my youth, I see that things happened at the right time for the right reason. And then when it's amazing, because if you can look back, you know, 6 months or a year, that might be the time when you actually get your answer in terms of, oh, okay, now I understand why that happened. I understand why it happened, when it happened, why it. My video, okay, my video cut out. Yeah, so it's just it's really just about paying attention, and I think we all have some kind of sort of like supernatural gifts, if you will, and it's about developing those. And for me, the most important part is being responsible with them and trying to assist humanity and assist the world in whichever way that we have the ability. And then if you can do that, you can't go wrong.
When did you first realize that you had some kind of ability to speak with non-physical beings?
Oh, you know, actually, that's a good question, man. I haven't thought about this in a while, but I grew up in Connecticut, as I had mentioned, and really in my backyard, you know, there we didn't have a lot of land, but there was a few acres down in the back there, kind of at the base of a fairly steep hill, and I'd be back there all the time. And of course, when you're a kid, you know, let's say the line between waking life and dream life and fantasy and everything is it's really quite blurred. So, you know, I would say I probably had friends back there in terms of invisible friends. And if I could remember, you know, where they were, or if I called them a certain name, I can't remember any of those details, but I know I wasn't alone back there. I'll put it that way. There's a lot of, in New England in particular, if people have seen any of my other shows, there's a lot of stone chambers, stone walls, stone structures that are really quite unexplained. And of course, when we were in school, they tried to tell us, oh, it's just the farmers, you know, and I give the point that the fields here are extremely rocky. It's not really ideal for agriculture. But, you know, you're going to be digging up rocks. You make a wall. I get that. But one of the things I found, Daniel, is that I did research in 4 states in New England, maybe about 2 years ago. And some of these walls are, first of all, they're built incredibly well. They're precision cut. They're cut in very rectangular, really essentially perfect blocks. It's hard to understand how and who did that, and they're still standing. They go straight down hills in a straight line, no matter how steep it is. You can see from the top, you look straight down that wall all the way to the base of the hill. And I found a certain actually a few compass bearing measurements that were the same across 3 or 4 states that had to do with how these walls were oriented. And so the joke I make is, what are you going to do? Call everyone, all the farmers in the 4-state area, and say, hey guys, just make sure you get your wall to your panel on the 310 degrees axis. Come on, that's absurd. So we've been really not necessarily some cases lied to, but I really think it's more the ignorance factor, the fact that like we just don't apply what we can figure out. And the first thing to do, in any scientific experiment, sure, have your hypothesis, but man, you got to go in open-minded, and you want to go in as unbiased as possible. We all have a bias, obviously, but you want to try to do the best you can, and then let the data lead you to what I call as a working conclusion. I mean, I try as hard as I can to make a finite conclusion, but a lot of times it ends up being somewhat open-ended. But based on the information I have up to that point, it's the best working conclusion that I can come up with. And the other thing too, just so people can keep this in mind, is that it really covers your ass really well. Meaning that people will be like, oh, you said it was this or what? I'd be like, man, that was how it looked. That's how it appeared based on the information I had. Some parts of that were correct. And then what you have to be able to do is, the word I like to use is pivot. And again, it's not a cop-out. All this is you have to let the information lead you. And in any scientific inquiry, that's how it works. You gotta go with the information. It might show you something that was completely different than what you thought. Well, if you're a real scientist, you got to go with the data.
Yeah, very true. I think that a lot of people out there, they do the exact opposite. They don't go with the data. Like I could go on social media and I could say something really profound, something meant to enlighten or clue people into certain things going on out there. And then I'm met with the most base, sort of dull responses that are just stupid. And these people, they come at me in a mocking fashion. They don't even care that they themselves look stupid. They literally just want to shut you up and shut you down because they are so afraid of anything that is outside their normal realm of possibility, and they're so set in thinking that way they couldn't possibly see past it or be anything else. And I really feel sorry for those people, because there really is a whole world of mystery out there, and they're depriving themselves of this, like, I don't know if you call it a lifestyle or what you would call it, but there's nothing worse than just living that banal sort of existence where you're just caught up in material things. I know that there are people out there that love this sort of stuff. I mean, you could see videos on YouTube about ancient mysteries and things like that, and they're getting hundreds of thousands, if some of them even millions of views. So I know that there's some kind of hope out there.
Oh, absolutely, man. And the thing, and I understand, especially when you're going into stuff that territory you haven't been in before, it actually can be quite frightening. I mean, I remember in the beginning, I was severely affected by some of the information I was learning, because I could never think along the lines I used to think ever again. You can't forget certain things that you see or that you hear or that you read. But my promise to people is that I'm going to present information. Some of it is going to be considered incredibly controversial. I don't consider it that way. I mean, all it is to me, Daniel, it's just a discussion. We're just talking. I'm not trying to change people's minds about stuff. All I'm doing is I'm giving my opinion, and I'm giving facts if it requires facts, or if I'm trying to go for conclusions, and then I let people decide what they think about it. And that's all up to you. That's all up to you. So I'm very hands off when it comes to trying to convince other people. The data will convince you if you're paying attention. So, and that's independent from my perspective and from what I'm doing. But anyway, the promise that I make, that I really try to make to people, is that, yeah, some of it might be weird, some of it might be uncomfortable, some of it might be really, on the surface seem like it's being really offensive. I'm not trying to do that. I've never tried to do that. All I'm trying to do is say that, like in my house, we don't do ignorance at all. So I will confront any topic, and it's, someone has to do it. I would love to be able to go just take a nice hike and just not think about anything. But man, the world is suffering. You know, we need to figure out some stuff. And so whichever pocket that you can assist with, I think it's important to do that. And in particular, when it comes to religion, that's really, of course, the big one. I mean, politics as well, but religion is people are so in their zone, you know. And again, I'm not trying to destroy anyone's faith at all, but one of the things you really need to do if you want the full perspective is you have to go into astrology, whether you like it or not, because you know, the Bible on one level is astro-theological, which means that the names, some of the names that are used, in fact, really all of them at the end of the day, are also talking about planets and constellations. You know, even the three wise men and the star at Bethlehem, all this stuff. And in fact, that one I was just reminded recently, but I think probably for me the best explanation of that. I've heard many different views, but I think it's very likely just Orion's belt and Sirius. And of course, Sirius is, I believe that Jesus is from Sirius, really, at the end of the day. He's a solar deity. He's also referred to as Jupiter many times, but he's cosmic, and so he's not based in the solar system. He's much bigger than that. And if you look at the word Sirius, you can pull the word Isis out of it. And then, of course, you know, the J used to be silent in the ancient world. So Isis and Isus, you know, or IHS, which is also from history, of course, we know about. It's all signifying Isis and Jesus. It's the dog star. It's Sirius. It's the great blue sun. And, you know, we've known throughout many cultures that that's sort of one of the main focal points. And I actually believe it's the entrance to our solar system. I don't think any spirit actually comes in here without first going through Sirius's energy field. And then that after it goes through that field, it will distribute us where we want to go or where we belong or to serve karma or what have you.
Interesting. It sounds like you have kind of a view of space in a way like most people do, but also you have kind of the spiritual view of space. I've heard people say things like, oh, space is the astral plane, or space is consciousness, or space is water even. What do you think of that? Is it a spiritual field? Is it an energetic field? What would you describe space as, actually?
Well, I think those are both accurate statements. You know, I won't refute that, but you really have to get into cosmology. And that's, again, there's a basic tenet of the ancient world. When you look across the cultures, you can actually see, and I'm talking like, I mean, at least 20 that I've seen personally. They're all based on a flat disk, and the Earth being at the center of the flat disk. I give it a possibility that the Earth could rotate as a flat disk at the center of the larger disk. You know, I don't know. I can't see it. I can't go up in space. I don't trust the organizations that are telling us and photoshopping pictures and all this crap. But I would allow for that personally. I think it's possible that the Earth could be flat and also rotating, but it was described as being stationary in essentially all of the traditions across the world. So anyway, what ends up happening is, and if you look, you can pull them all up. You can look at the Norse mythology. You see the Yggdrasil, you know, the world tree from their traditions. And what it is that it distributes the dimensions, and it organizes the dimensions in a sort of like a hierarchical pattern. And the center it's always the Earth. And by the way, the word Earth and the word heart have the same letters. And we know that the heart is the center of the body. And actually, if you don't have the heart, nothing works, even including your brain. It does not work if you don't have your heart. The heart is number one. And in all the ancient teachings, it always comes back to the heart as well, every single one. So what you end up having is it's also called the cosmic axis, or the world tree. You've heard, you know, Mount Meru, Yggdrasil. It's all the same. The black magnetic pillar. All of these things are the same. And what it's trying to show us is that the solar system, it's a local, and I have a lot of shows I did on this a couple years back. If people want to check it out on my YouTube channel, it's just under Dave Petrella, or Dave Petrella 1-2. You can find my channel. I do a lot about cosmology. But what ends up happening is you got the Earth at the center, and then above the Earth are the heavens, or you call them the vaults or the domes. And the way I describe it is a 10 system. Well, it's a 10-part system with Earth being at the center. And the 7 traditional planets each occupy one of the first 7 heavens. That's where seventh heaven comes from, you know, that term. And then above that, there's 8, 8, 9, 10, occupied by Uranus, Neptune, and traditionally Pluto, which I think is probably Nibiru, if I had to make an educated guess. And that's also why they call it planet X for 10. It's not just X, it's the fact that it's trying to show, even if they weren't conscious of it, that it's in the 10th sphere. And then conversely, below the Earth disk at the center, you have the 10 hells. And they're essentially complementary to the 10 heavens. And so, for instance, the moon is in the first heaven, but the dark moon is in the first hell. And so you have, you know, everything's dualism in this system. So you have the positive aspect and the not negative, or you can also call it active or passive principles. It's polarity, however you want to describe it. And so what ends up happening is our entire system, with the Earth at the center, the 10 planets above, 10 planets below, which are complementary, it ends up creating a torus field, and it's a circulating energy vortex essentially. And our entire solar system is confined. It's a very, very small part of space. But our system, you know, it has laws that govern it. These are physical laws, they're quantum laws, they're local, even local astrological laws and all things like that. It's all, our system, even though how big it might seem, is tiny. It's just one solar system. You know, there's one sun. And the further you go out, if you can ever get out of a solar system, there's infinite solar systems, and they're all slightly different. Some are vastly different, different rules, different conditions, obviously different types of beings and physical forms and all this stuff. And if you want to look into, if anyone wants to look into that a lot more, the Hindus do a very good job talking about the availability of different dimensions and planets in the greater universe, sort of. And they also have very large time cycles. You know, you're talking 4.32 million years is called the Yuga cycle. That's one cycle. 4.32 million years is one cycle. So ancient India is, in my opinion, you know, if you want the real wisdom, you want to get into those texts. And unfortunately, the texts from ancient Egypt, I think, were stolen. I think many of them were burned and the rest were hidden. And so we don't have a lot from that to go off of. But the ones in India, I'm very thankful. I mean, so many of them are still intact. And even China has some phenomenal texts.
Yeah, that's something I noticed is they seem to be very intent on kind of covering up the Egyptian knowledge base and Egyptian religion. I mean, that's a very long period of time where Egypt was active, so to speak, and they don't seem to want us to know really much of anything about it. I do think that India is definitely a treasure trove of knowledge. A long time ago, I read a book by Graham Hancock, Underworld, and he kind of gets into the idea of India being, you know, perhaps older than we think of it, like more like in terms of Sumer and a civilization like that. And I think that they can go back much further than that as well, which is very interesting. You know, some of the things about the battles and things like that, and the Vimanas and UFOs and great weapons and things like that. Definitely fascinating. I did want to ask you about like what you think of this whole idea about like royals and the elite being reptilian hybrids. Do you believe in reptilians? And if so, could some of these people be hybrids?
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually just brought up that word the other day, the reptilian word, because I had mentioned that someone had not heard of it before, and I said, you know, it's a vast world, and from what I believe is that anything that it doesn't already exist, the very fact that you conceptualize it and visualize it in your head, it will create that somewhere. It might not be in your local dimension, but you literally have just created that. So that's the first thing I want to say, is that any form, any shape, I believe the universe allows for all of them. But the systems are structured so that we have maybe limited access, and in terms of what we can do and what we can talk about and how we can behave, and timelines that will kind of box you in as different species across the universe. But I think that at the end of the day, there's a cosmic battle happening on Earth, and it's been happening for a very long time, probably much longer than anyone thinks. I think there's been several iterations of the Earth. It's been created and destroyed many times and repopulated many times with beings from different parts of the universe. Sometimes they were actually created on Earth, which would make them from Earth, but certainly created by, demigods or sort of higher level gods. So I think that the extraterrestrial intelligence is calling the shots at the end of the day. And I've been out on the road, all across the United States and Canada, and I've seen so many craft during the day, during the nighttime. You can feel their magnetic fields. Occasionally you can feel like sort of like a laser energy beam. I didn't visually see it, but it's a very directed energy beam that they can send out. I've had, really, and you name it, I've had an experience with it in terms of the different species. I've seen back in 2009, when I was in New Mexico, I was in Shiprock, New Mexico, which is a very mystical area. And I saw the shapes, like very defined outlines of alien heads and alien bodies in the clouds. And I was completely clean-minded, completely sober. And I look up and I see literally like an artist drew in the clouds very, very definite forms. And I'll never forget it. There were two in particular, of the alien species that I saw. One of them had very sort of like a football-shaped head with the E.T. movie. That was one of them. And those were very short. The bodies were very short stature. And then the other type was a taller being with a very, very long head that went up, like an elongated, sort of like cone-style head. In fact, that's really, I believe, the origin behind these cone hats that we see, especially throughout Europe and also Mesopotamia too, and the wizards, even the Ku Klux Klan and all these groups, is that I think the hats were actually originally concealing the head, and then that was the local royalty, when they came down to Earth to interact with us, for better or for worse. But I'll put it this way, Daniel. I don't know exactly what's happening, but there's some really not good things happening on this planet. That's for damn sure. And it feels very constricted. It feels like there's a lot of people, man, trying to do good things, and a lot of blockades that have been put up to stop them from doing that. It's not that people aren't qualified; it's that I believe people aren't being allowed to do it. And it's very, very, in my opinion, these are infractions of cosmic law, and there will be karma delivered for them, and it will be swift.
Well, there is the whole thing out there, Zechariah Sitchin, the Anunnaki, Nibiru, the idea that the gods created us to mine gold for them, to be kind of like a slave species. What do you think of that whole thing? Are we just slaves of extraterrestrials?
Man, I think about this constantly. I think about this every day. I think about all of these things every day. And there's many stories that depict that, in writing in particular. Many of them are actually from Mesopotamia. You had mentioned Nibiru, of course, and that story is really where it originates. The Anunnaki also originates in that area. And there's a few stories from Mesopotamia in particular that talk about how the gods didn't, when we're not talking about, when I use the term, if I'm going to use the term God, the true God is the God of all of the universe, not just the solar system and the galaxy. And that includes everything, every principle, every gender, every race, everything. That's the real God. But everything less than that, they're lesser gods. Sometimes I say demigods, supernatural beings, whatever. We all fall kind of under that umbrella. And the local Mesopotamian gods, in several of the stories, they actually were getting tired of doing work. And this, like, to maintain the civilization and to maintain the society and all of this stuff. And so it was brought up, I think, more than once that there should be a species that's created so that the gods don't have to do the work. And the idea was that, and that's actually, I believe, where a lot of this AI topic comes from on this planet, is in the beginning was that the gods said, we don't want to do the maintenance, and so we're going to give it to a species that we create, and they're going to do everything we say. So that's part of the story. But there's many overlays, and there's many really quantum features to that because, obviously I'm an astrologer. I do tropical astrology, also called Western astrology, originating in the Mesopotamia area through Babylon and then in through Egypt, sort of that larger area there. And then you got the other system that called Vedic astrology based in India. And Chinese have their own astrology based on the moon and based on the year, which is different than either of the other two I mentioned. Many systems across the world. But in any case, I've described the solar system many times as it's a karma machine. That's one. It makes sure that you're given what you deserve, whether that's good or not so good. It allows you to experience things in different bodies through different time periods so that we can learn while we're paying our karma off, but also to try to develop ourselves spiritually to get to a better place. And that's a function of how this solar system was created. And man, it gets so complex and convoluted that the best way to find it is to find the answers that are meaningful for you, really. And what I always say is kind of define your piece of paradise, define what you value, and define who you want to interact with, define how you want to live, define what your character is going to be like. And that's the best we can do, is to form our own little world, which we have a right to do as sovereign beings. So if we were created that way originally, I do believe that happened. I don't know in what iteration. I don't know in what dimension. I don't know if it was in a separated dimension. You have to go into quantum physics, unfortunately, when you're trying to understand world history, and especially metaphysics and the spiritual traditions and shamanism and all that stuff. You have to go into the quantum field. You're never going to figure out if you don't, including all of these, massive rocks that were moved across the world. People are trying to still figure that out. Well, again, and it's not an excuse at all, but what I've been shown directly for the past 15 years is that the quantum laws apply. And just because physicists and academic people are trying to say, well, it's only physical laws. No, it's not just physical laws. In fact, if you're trying to explain the solar system with just physical laws, that's the reason why we're having to go back over and over and reiterate the conditions of what the laws actually are, because the quantum side of it is not being included. You can't separate physical from non-physical and from quantum. It's really all electromagnetism. And we exist in the visible spectrum, which is very, very small right at the center of that. But you have the radio spectrum on one side, you have the UV spectrum on the other side. And what I always talk about for the greater spiritual world is that you have beings, conscious beings, and again, all kinds of forms. Some will be humans, some will be animal forms, animal shapes. And they are actually existing in those frequency ranges that we cannot see, but they have energetic bodies that are, in fact, when you go up higher energy, they become more and more perfected and more beautiful up towards the X-ray and UV spectrums, and you talk about radiation and things and gamma rays. The reason that that's an issue for humans, we don't want to be exposed to too much of that, is because our bodies are not strong enough to handle that. There's nothing wrong with it. It's actually very, very good, very high energy. We just don't, our tissues can't integrate that without frying, essentially. So when you talk about angels, I would expect angels to appear in, minimum the UV spectrum. I've actually seen fairies appear in the UV spectrum, not with my own eyes. It actually was through my camera lens that picked it up. And it was a very unnatural color that you don't find on Earth. It was like a violet or a fluorescent violet, sort of pinkish color. And the inside of that was a tiny fairy figure. That was on Oak Island, by the way, which I hope we get to talk about a little bit. So I would say that, there's many, many factors, and the best thing we can do, I'll certainly pursue the stories that interest you, but at the end of the day, work on your own heart, work on yourself, try to become a better person. And the more you get in line with your actual mission, the more gifts that will be given to you. And I'm not saying life becomes easy necessarily, but at least you know what you're doing and you don't feel like you're floundering. That's one of the best gifts I think we can be given, is to be able to be shown where we need to move for our spiritual development.
Here, here. Yeah, that definitely strikes a lot of chords with me. I do remember reading things about certain extraterrestrial or extra biological entities. You know, there's a lot of words that you can describe an alien. Even the word alien isn't always proper because it could be from another dimension. I guess it'd still be an alien, but you know, I think a lot of us get lost in the semantics, like, oh, my religion versus your science, or my religion versus your religion, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, I like to think we're all talking about the same thing. But somebody compared it to a light bulb. Like, if you come across an entity and it's so conscious, it's so evolved that it's glowing really brightly, and you're not glowing quite so brightly. But if you were to contact this being and have a conversation with it, maybe even touch it or at least be close to it, it's going to kind of cause your light bulb to burn brighter, closer to the way that it's burning, if that kind of makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing that can happen too, though, is it can also fry you, because we don't have tissues that necessarily can integrate that high level energy. What you can do, it can be both ways. But what can happen, and I'll actually illustrate this. I have a very, very strange story. I'm sure no one's ever heard anything like this in their life before. It stands by itself. It took place in Nova Scotia, which is where Oak Island is. Not on Oak Island. Actually, not even that close to Oak Island. But I'll tell you guys something to illustrate that in a second. But the thing is when you're a higher dimensional being, you have the option, if you've learned how, you have to mentally understand how to change your energy field. Certainly the most advanced can do it no problem, very instantaneously. It's not a challenge really at all for them. But you can turn your energy field down so that you don't hurt people, and you can materialize in a form that's going to be helpful for people, and in a form that's going to be manageable to people. So you can, for instance, you could be, if you were, say, Krishna, and Krishna was visiting the earth, and he was aware that if he shows up in his true form with blue skin, it's going to be a problem for people, because people will be scared, or, they'll be just upset about it, that it's something strange or, unexplained. But he has an option to appear as in the way any human being would appear, including, with flesh and blood and all these things. But I want to tell the story about what you're just talking about, Daniel. So when I was on Oak Island, and for people who don't know, I did work on Oak Island, Nova Scotia in 2017. They filmed my work for about 8 or 9 hours. Didn't show my segment on the show, even though the producers loved it and people were really excited about it. It didn't happen. And really, the explanation for that is Hollywood. You don't have to go much further than that. They do what they want. They go for viewership. Probably was over most viewers' heads, and that's not something they wanted to air because people weren't going to get it. That's part of what I'm assuming. But also
so
part of it, I think,
you filmed material and they didn't air it.
Oh yeah, I was there for I guess for 9 hours. Yep, I was actually the first, believe it or not, for people who watch the show, I was the first person to present in the new war room before it was ever completed. They actually had to clear out all of the storage, kind of like when I went in there, and they had to set up all the lighting for the first time, all the staging and stuff. And that was 2017. And then I think it actually kind of really kicked in 2018, I believe. Well, I'm talking about the new war room, not the original one, of course. So no, I've been very invested in the island. I've been on a lot of it. The parts that I had permission to go on, I've seen most of the features that people know about, in the show. I could certainly talk about many of them. But in any case, so when I was up there in 2017, this is a story I want to tell about in terms of the energy field and interacting with higher energy beings. So it must have been on a forum, like a Nova Scotia forum, and someone posted something. It was a young girl posted something about a supernatural experience that she had with her boyfriend. And this is way east of Nova Scotia. It's in like the middle of swampland. And I will say that in terms of where lower energy spirits like to gravitate, it's usually lower energy land, and a swamp is one of the best places to do that. People have ever wondered why, you know, you find strange things around swamps, is because the energy is similar to their energy and they feel comfortable there. It may even be they're not allowed, you know, outside of certain areas too. That's a separate condition. But anyway, so they were driving down this, and it's very rural when you get away from the coast. It really, most of Nova Scotia is very rural when you get away from the coast. Very thick, dense forests. So anyway, they pull onto this road and they were going to try to take a shortcut. And they came to the top of the road, and they turned to each other and they said, I don't want to go down there. And they just had a feeling, you know, they felt really uncomfortable. They felt something really bad was going to happen if they did. And I don't know that they've really had experiences like this before, but they felt like they shouldn't do it. It was very, very strong. And so I guess like if they didn't go that way, they would have had to go all the way around, and it would have been maybe 20 minutes added to their trip or something. So they ended up going down this road, and they get to the bottom of the road. It's like a dip, and there's lots of, I think I remember talking about fog. And fog is a very, very good interdimensional medium. It's very well, I mean, it's water essentially, but it's also, I think it's a good way to interact with the ether too before you materialize fully. So fog or mist, you know, it's a very, very well-known dimensional medium. But anyway, they get to the bottom of this hill and they start feeling more and more anxious as they're going on. And then finally, they get to the bottom of the hill and they see kind of off to the side of the road in the distance a very bright white light. And the way she described it in her post is she said it looked like a welding light. It's like brighter than the sun we're talking about. It's not like the sun. Much, much brighter than that. And bright white, like a fluorescent, maybe even more than fluorescent. So when they see that, then really the terror started to kick in. And they were absolutely terrified. And they physically felt terrified, but, you know, visually, of course, as well. Because you're never going to be the same. I don't care who you are if you see something like that. Okay, so this figure, and I think she said it had the sort of the outline of a torso, but not like a full figure, but she could see like, it looked like a kind of like a human form, but missing maybe some of the parts, maybe some of the lower parts of the body. And they couldn't see sharp outlines, but they could see, you know, like the head, shoulders coming down, and then the torso. And so the story is that this bright white figure approaches their car or their truck. And when it got within maybe like 6 feet, the battery under the passenger seat started to spark. And it wasn't even, you know, up to it yet. It was essentially, they had moved into its energy field, or it had moved close to their energy field. And when you have two energy fields interacting with each other, the one that's stronger, you know, is the one that seizes the day, essentially. And if the lower energy one can't this is the key. If the lower energy one cannot integrate the higher energy field, it will fry and destroy the lower energy field. And actually, that a lot of times when you talk about paranormal hunting and going out, that's what happens with the electronics, is they get fried when you're interacting with a much higher energy coming in. So anyway, it started sparking underneath the seat that she was sitting in. And they're absolutely terrified, and they got to the top of the road, finally got off there. Obviously, they swore they'd never go down there again. Well, the rest of the story is very tragic because she was actually pregnant, and she had a miscarriage 1 day after. It was 1 or 2 days after this event. She had a miscarriage in addition to what had happened with the battery. And that's an example. That's a very good, and I'm very sorry, and I give grace to the human that left us too soon. But it's a very good example of if a local field is not set up to run that energy of a much higher current, it's going to destroy it. You know, it can't run it. And so when the tissues can't run it, it fries the tissue. That's a good example of that. But, you know, certainly that's not always how it goes. And like I was saying, is that, you know, ultra-dimensional beings, many of them can alter their energy fields to be more appropriate for whatever circumstance they're going into, you know, and trying to be careful and to be aware of what other people might be able to handle. And that would be a response. That would be a responsible being.
there's a connection there in like media, Hollywood, myth, and fantasy. Like, for example, you have the horror movie The Fog, which was actually remade, I think, like 15, 20 years ago. Um, and not only that, but there's another one called The Mist. It does seem like, and I've even heard stories of like, okay, if you go out in the fog, well, that's when the spirits can get you. There's like ghouls in the fog, or banshees in the fog, or vampires in the fog. I've heard things like that, and I do believe Dracula can turn himself into a mist or a fog as well. So I think whatever's going on in that mythology has a real phenomena behind it.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And like I was mentioning before, is that if it's coming between, say you're coming straight out of the well, maybe not straight out of the ether, but say you're coming straight out of the invisible, local invisible fields, and you have an astral body or an etheric body or whatever, and you're trying to move into physical form. It's very, I'm not going to speak. It's not that I haven't done it in a long time, because I've been stuck in a physical body. But I'll put it this way: is that it's going to be a lot easier for you to come into a semi-solid, like a mist, than to come into a dense physical body, especially if you don't have a lot of time, or if you're just trying to kind of look around for a little bit. For you to come into a physical body, man, you really have to drop your energy a lot, and it's going to condense, and then that's where matter comes from. That's where physical matter comes from. And then if you're able to increase the energy of physical matter enough, it will eventually disappear. It's actually really a cool thing people can try. Is if when I was a kid, kids just have so much excess energy. They're just always constantly moving. But I remember one time, I think I was sledding or something in the wintertime, and I was looking down at my hand. It was, I probably was very cold, and I started to move my hand very fast. And I noticed I could like see through my hand, because the physical part of my hand was not stationary. And that's how I tried to define what happens when you're talking about specifically higher. That would be a higher level energy, generally speaking, that would make that happen. But if you have enough motion and enough energy, things that are physical will turn invisible. And these are the teachings, really at the end of the day, about ascension. And how that happens is you have to speak about ancient India, you have to increase the energy enough, and you have to run it cleanly. It's not enough just to increase your energy. You have to make sure the circuits can handle that energy and can run that energy. So for instance, people talk, I'm sure you know Kundalini energy, Daniel, right? I'm sure you guys have heard of that.
Yeah, I've been really interested in that topic for a long time. Even done kind of experiments of my own. Real quick before we jump into the Kundalini thing, I just want to bring up one more thing about the fog. When you were talking about spirits having an easier time manifesting a fog, it immediately made me think of the whole ritual black magic incense thing, where like a magician will take a bunch of incense, and you can burn like a stick of it, but they actually have these little trays and things like that where you can either burn like a big hunk of it, or like 4 or 5 sticks at a time. And that's how a magician will get like a demon to manifest, is that incense will be burning, and they'll see its face kind of form in the mist, and it might speak to them auditory, or it might speak to them like in a telepathic way. But it's got to be that exact same thing, that same phenomena. The spirit is manifesting through the less dense matter, or somehow through that more malleable substance.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a really good example too. And I've had I've had many times actually where I smell something and there's no source. There's actually no source for it. I think it's in terms of relating it to physicality, I think it's a fairly easy thing for scent to cross dimensions, let's say. But there have been times where I literally would look 360 degrees around me trying to find the source of a particular smell, and then I realized it was like just in my immediate vicinity. The thing about the larger spiritual world is that if you think of everything, this is the best way to think about this, is that everything is built on an ether grid. I would say, according to what I know and what I believe, it's the flower of life pattern is the pattern that our energy bodies fall into. And then if that, again, like I said, if that precipitates into density, and if the energy is slowed down a lot, it will turn into matter. But it's not, once you're in matter, it doesn't mean you can't get out of it, but you have to increase your energy a lot, or you have to, conversely, if you decrease your energy a lot, you'll get denser and denser and denser. And so this is, again, it's part of the same cosmic axis idea that allows you to move along the cosmic axis of both the local system, the solar system, and then the greater, larger galactic systems and then universal systems. But that system, the same system, is actually in your physical body. And this is where the chakra system comes in. And then you're talking about the 12 cranial nerves at the base of the brain. That's where the zodiac is. It actually technically is projected over the head, but the nerves, the interface through the nerves is the base of the brain with the 12 signs of zodiac. It's all integrated into our bodies. And so when I'm trying to bring understanding, you want to try to get to the base level teaching, the original teaching about before there were any religions, before there were any supernatural figures, before anything had a name, there was a system that was put in place that with very specific laws. And what I've sought to do is to try to make that as easy to understand as possible. And I'm telling you, there's a few things, I guess I usually break into 3 parts. The first part is the part about spirituality. You have to understand what that means. You have to understand that there's reasons why we do things. There's objectives, the karma cycle. That's one part of it. Correct action versus incorrect action and dharma. That's sort of the first category. The second thing we need to understand is the sky. I mean, that's above us. It's always looking down on us. We go through very large cosmic cycles. It was created with very precise mathematics. And then the as below part, the sky is the as above part. The as below part is the human body. And the human body is an exact copy of what's in the sky at the moment that you're born. And that's what astrology is. It's a very specific condition that you've either chosen or you've been karmically given, both for good reasons and for not so good reasons, to learn something, to be able to serve your karma, to pay your karma back. But that when you're born, the energy up here and the configuration up here is physically stamped into your body and into your mind. And that's what astrology is that we're all copies, or a copy of the sky at the exact moment we were born. And it's very, very precise mathematics. And I don't know how people have seen it. Channel of Hosts.
That sucks. He got kind of kicked out a very good moment there. Dave, are you still with us?
Yeah. What was the last thing you heard?
Man, whenever we're talking about like the most profound thing is always when guests get kicked or there's some kind of weird technical issue. I'm sure the spirits are messing with the fine electrical components of the computers and the fiber optic connections and whatnot. But fascinating stuff. The idea that our physical bodies are mirroring the sky and the heavens, and then when we're born, we get imprinted with what's going on above us. This is causing me to see everything totally different. I absolutely love it. So many people are dismissive of astrology. They're dismissive of horoscopes. Dave, how about horoscopes? Is this something worth looking at, or are a lot of these kind of faked, or are they kind of trying to use this ancient technology but kind of doing it in a fake way? What do you think about reading horoscopes? Any credit to those?
Well, depending on who it's coming from, definitely. Certainly the newspaper ones, I would say, probably someone trying to make some extra money and just, try to be cool and occupy their time. And they're very, very general too. And you're talking very specifics. We're all very different. And as I just mentioned, we all have different energy bodies. We all have different conditions that we were created under. And so it actually affects everyone completely differently. When you go through what astrologers are saying, this is going to be a difficult event today, or for this week or whatever, or for the year. Well, it might not be that difficult for me. It might actually give me the boost I need to get things done, whereas I might destroy someone else. And based on our local charts that are stamped in here, the one that's currently happening is constantly interacting with the one that we have. And the idea is that the better energy that you have, the more your chakras are opening, your energy's running cleanly, you actually have more of a say in how you deal with it, your free will, and things of that nature. So yeah, it's these are the ancient sciences. This is how it used to be taught. And what I encourage people, including people who are religious people, if there's anyone who's religious watching the show, is before you knock it, listen to someone who really knows how it works, and they're not easy to find. And I'm willing to sit here and field whatever question you want about tropical astrology, and I'll be able to handle it. In fact, if people want to do that, if people want to call in or send messages, I'm happy to do that maybe towards the end. But before I even talked about astrology, I gave it 2 years, and I looked at my own chart. It's called the birth chart, which were the conditions that I had when I was born. And I made sure that I really understood what I was talking about before I started to talk about it. And that's the key, is that this is not a couple year thing. This is a lifetime discipline. And you have to go out, you have a hypothesis, or I think, well, maybe if you have this set up, people are going to interact that way. Well, before I talk about it, I go and I find like 6 or 7 pieces of evidence, and I make sure that there's a good chance that's correct. And then I'll start to talk about it. And then I feel comfortable knowing that I can count on that system. So we need to give the right people the attention, and this goes for every topic. If someone claims like, oh, I'm a Christian preacher, or I'm a Hindu philosopher, that's one example. That's one example. So I think just determining whether people have credibility or not, that's the most important thing to do before you listen to someone hook, line, and sinker. But test it. Everything in astrology you can test yourself. I might say something, and if you want to look into it, check it out, and you're going to see that that's the pattern. Astrology, the one more thing really quickly, astrology in this system is dualistic. So what that means, and this is one of the main reasons people discount it is a science, it's mathematics. And I can prove that very easily over and over and over again. And I will if people want to ask questions later. But the thing is you have to understand the baseline system, and you have to understand that it's a polarity. So for instance, when you say, if someone says, okay, my sign is Cancer. Okay, well, that's half the story, because if your energy is unbalanced, if you're particularly stressed, if you can't it reminds me of, you guys seen Apollo 13? Have you seen that one, Daniel? A long time ago?
Oh, absolutely. Houston, we have a problem.
Exactly. Okay, so remember at the end when they're trying to make sure the window lines up with the Earth, otherwise they can't get their trajectory correct. They got to lock it in for like 20 seconds or whatever it was, and they have like limited fuel. That's what it is with astrology. Is that you have to, your energy has to be locked into your sign. So again, if I'm saying someone says I'm a Cancer, okay, you're a Cancer if you have your energy balanced correctly. And you're going to see that obviously the characteristics of Cancer will come through. It depends on where you actually are born in the sign of Cancer as well. It's not just, oh, I'm a Cancer if I'm born within these 30 days. No, it's like, okay, you 55% Cancer, you 60% Cancer, you 70% Cancer. What's the other 30%? And you can answer that. You can it's mathematics. You can answer all those questions very easily. So the thing is that if your energy is not balanced, if you can't hold that module window steady, when you're trying to get back to Earth, say Earth is self-control, let's call it that, and feeling energetically balanced, then what's going to happen is the polarity will flip out of your sign, and it'll flip into the opposite sign. And so for Cancer, you're going to flip into Capricorn if you're off balance, or if you're energetically pushed too hard. And so, or you have anxiety, like lots of anxiety. And also ill health will do that as well. It'll send you to the opposite side. So people who have never looked into astrology, you'll read about your sign, and you'd be like, oh, that's not me at all. Like, I can't believe this is in here. And they'll be like, oh, it must not be real. Well, of course, no one talks about the flip side of your sign. So when I do someone's chart, that's the first thing I always ask. If I'm describing their sign and they say, oh, that's not like me, I say, okay, well then, is this it? Every time, man. It's one of the two. It's either your sun or the sign that's directly opposite to your sun. And if you're opposite to your sun, it's not going to feel good, man. You really want to work on correcting that. And there's ways to do that with obviously working with energetics in your body, fasting, cleaning your energy, cleaning your motives, cleaning your heart. You know, there's lots of good ways to do that.
As far as the topic of Kundalini, is there, like, my understanding of it, it kind of starts in our base chakra. It's the same as sexual energy. Other names for it are like ki or chi or prana, or there's plenty of other names out there, but it's kind of rising through the chakra system. Is there a similar energy that kind of flows through the solar system or through the heavens?
Oh yeah, it's all just energy, really, to simplify it, like you said, Daniel. The different cultures have come up with different names for it, but it's energy, and you know, energy is all inclusive of everything. All of the lower sort of forms of physics are included within that larger umbrella. So that's a good example, though, too. And I was probably trying to drive at that point that this topic or this idea about frying the system. And there's many warnings that come with Kundalini energy that if you don't know what you're doing, do not wake up the serpent. You got to be very, very careful. It's Kundalini it's a reference to the serpent power. That's one of the other names for it. Like everything you said, Daniel, those are all descriptions of Kundalini. The other description I would use, it's the creative force. It's a creative life force. And if you don't have that moving, you don't have life. You actually won't be alive. So if you try to spike the Kundalini energy, but you haven't set up the circuits correctly in your body, the same thing with electronics. You know, if you don't have, and I don't know a lot about it, I know it works this way. If you don't have the circuit set up correctly, and you got something that is it's going to leak out, or it's going to fray something, or you don't have the proper insulator on, it could fry your system and it might destroy that piece of electronics. It's the same thing in the body.
The perfect analogy that just popped in my head is when you try to overclock your personal computer and it starts running way too hot because it's not advanced enough to have that much electricity and energy flowing through it. Next thing you know, it fries your CPU and fries your motherboard.
That's exactly what it is. Yep, I couldn't explain it better. So there's always a warning that goes with awakening the serpent power. And what I would say is that you really have to take it in small steps. And the key to this whole thing, and people don't like this topic. I don't love this topic in particular, but it is the way it works. Is you have to you have to get into fasting, and you have to clean the fluids of your body.
Fasting.
And very thankfully, we have the texts of from ancient India, the base text for the Ayurvedic teachings, and they have been intact. And if we didn't have that, you know, it wouldn't have been written down really correctly. But it's all about cleaning the fluids. That's an even simpler way for me to phrase it, inside of the body. All fluid systems, you know, they have to integrate and then disintegrate from each other. And it's all part of making sure there's not blockages in your fluid system. And if there's not blockages in your fluid system, then now you can run the cleaner electric current through your body. And it's going to actually, you'll get to the healing. You're not going to get deep healing if your fluids are not clean. And that's why, you know, we all struggle to establish sort of like a youth principle again in our body, but it's very difficult to do that. I mean, even if you're exercising and you're eating fairly well, it's not that simple. You have to get to your fluids. Everything, all of your nutrients are distributed through your fluid systems, and also the not all of them, but well, I mean, nutrients, of course, the gases as well. When you breathe in, that's distributing nutrients as well. But also when you're detoxing, that has to come out through one of the systems that we have. And the principal ones are just going to be through the fluid and through the gases. So if you don't have a clean system, you can't get things in. You also can't get things out. And then we make no, lasting progress.
This makes me think of Jesus in the sense that the part where he goes out into the desert and he's fasting and after he's fasting for a certain amount of time, he starts seeing the devil, and the devil's talking to him, and he starts communicating. And people are probably thinking, "Oh, is he going crazy because he's still hungry?" No, what's happening is he's like you said, maybe he's cleaning his fluids and purifying them, and he's raising his vibration. You hear a lot of talk like that from kind of like the new agey type of community. I think there's a lot to it personally. So he's raising his vibration until he's able to actually communicate with spiritual beings. And who's the spiritual being that comes to them? Well, the God of this world, the devil himself. And then you have the whole idea of him taking some mud and spitting into it and using that fluid to cure the blind man's eyes and allow him to see. I know that there's this whole thing about fluids that is very overlooked, and I think you're kind of touching on that, which I find really fascinating. Some people might say, "Hey, Daniel, that's gross," whatever. But if you look into this stuff, or if you look at this is kind of going another direction, but the OTO with Aleister Crowley and stuff like that, a lot of their rituals is kind of like this bodily fluid type of stuff, and I think that has something to do with it too. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and it goes back to ancient India as well. That was part of some of the different sects of the Hinduism, I believe. And there's some pretty obscene rituals that happen with the different bodily fluids, and all of it is non-relevant to me in terms of what we're actually trying to do. You can take a scientific system or physical system in the body, and you can make a religion out of it, and you can have fun and you can dance around, and but my question is, what's actually happening? And the first thing, like you mentioned before too, is that when you go through fasting, especially extreme fasting, it's going to supercharge your body, and it's going to generally, it puts you into certain energy states that you haven't been in a very long time, or in some cases ever. If you push it far enough, you got to be safe. But where that comes from, it comes from primarily when the energy gets blocked. And when your energy gets blocked, when you spiked your energy and it's still blocked, because like I said, you have to clean the circuits so that you can run the energy. And that comes when you fast, and you have to know how to do it. And you also have to, as you're fasting, you have to try to move your fluids if they're stagnated. And they know this. I'm not going to say the mainstream knows it now, because they're probably doing a lot of what we're doing in the West over here in Asia. But the original teachings, yeah, you have to get your internal fluids clean. And when you, it's not just a spiritual discipline when you're fasting. A lot of people do it to bring them closer to the figure that they would call God, but it's actually rebuilding your body. It's rebuilding your tissues, and it's rebuilding your organs. It's at the end, if you take it far enough, it's also going to rebuild your bones. And the people who know that really well, it's actually found in Chinese medicine. That's where I found the most about rebuilding your bones. And when you rebuild your bones, you have a lot of latitude, and you'll have a lot of latitude for quite a long time. So it takes some work. It doesn't have to be a sort of a solution for people, like doesn't have to be you're shooting for like an end game. There's, say, Ascension Principles is where it would sort of end. It could just be that, like, you just want to have your youth back, and if you put in 2 or 3 weeks, man, you will have your youth back. I guarantee it, if you know what you're doing. It's very difficult, though. It's very difficult, and you have to understand a lot of scientific principles, and you have to have a willpower. So when you run the Kundalini, and if you're trying to spike it and your body's not set up for it, and in particular, again, you got to get your heart set correctly. You have to know your motives and your objectives. You have to try to, in my opinion, and everything I do, I try to shoot for benevolence. And you really don't incur a lot of karma if you're trying to be benevolent, and you're doing it, you're honoring other people's free will. And I think to get out of the system, you need to really level the playing field with the karma. So that's what we're talking about, and it's the power of the universe. Really, it's also, I would say, it's nuclear power, really, inside of the body. But if you don't have the structure set up correctly, it's not going to run. And when it doesn't run, it causes all kinds of visions, maybe that some are not pleasant. It changes your access to different dimensions and to accessing different life forms, some invisible, some not invisible. So if you clean the blocks, I guarantee you're not going to get anything but a pleasant experience. But it's, like I said, exceedingly difficult to do that. We have to understand the principles better. That's really what my point would be. And you can actually find it online. I'd highly recommend anyone interested in the real medicine. The best place it's been written down that I've ever found is from ancient India, and it's actually free online. It's called the Sushruta Samhita, Sushruta space Samhita, and these are the true principles of medicine. And it's about fluid dynamics, fluid systems, oils, salts, and fasting. And it will regenerate your body, but you got to hit it. You really have to hit a home run. There's no shortcutting this. You really have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get into this because more and more I just realize how the medical industry and pharmaceutical industry just kind of parasite off of us. But I want to kind of get a little bit more into this Oak Island thing, since that's what we were supposed to talk about. We've gone on through these wonderful tangents, which is great. But key question I want to ask is Oak Island, was it settled by the Templars at some point? Does that explain a lot of the weirdness going on there, or was it weird before they even got there?
Well, I was talking about, first of all, I believe they were there. I believe somehow just about everybody was there. One of the explanations for that is that when you leave Europe, one of the first land masses you're going to hit, if you're taking the northern route, you can also take the southern route into the Caribbean. But if you're taking the northern route, you're going to go past Iceland, you're going to go past Greenland, and then you're going to hit Labrador, Canada, which is the eastern coast of Canada. And that was what the area that a lot of people believe was described as being called Markland by the Vikings, and Mark referencing the forest. Forest would start somewhere in Labrador, and above that there'd be no tall trees. And suddenly you see on the shoreline like these trees lining up everywhere. And then you get down towards what people used to call Vinland, which again, starting in about in Newfoundland, as far as I know, all the way down to at least New Jersey. I know for a fact there's wild grapes growing on the shore. And so, reference points for why they might have called it that. So, you're coming over from Europe and you're going to go past Nova Scotia. Most people are going to go past Nova Scotia, at least at some point. And I believe I'm working on other topics right now in terms of who was over here, much earlier dates than that, even before the Knights Templar would have been here, before the Vikings were here. This is like deep ancient history, talking about really from the very beginning. I personally believe that there's civilizations that have been buried underneath the ground over, a fairly frequent number of occurrences where you have very strong tidal waves. You could talk about the mud flood, Tartaria concept. I certainly believe that happened more than once, probably. And then suddenly, all of your civilizations that used to be on the surface, now they're 1,000 feet below your feet. And but they're still there, but we can't get to them because now they're encased in rock. I believe that's a lot of what we're dealing with for the very, very old history, at least in North America. But I think we have to talk about, first of all, probably geology. And I had mentioned that on maybe 2 shows ago. I was talking about that a little bit. And what happens is, and I can't find this, I had this map. It was from an academic paper, and geologists essentially, they were showing the water levels of Mahone Bay, which is where Oak Island is in Nova Scotia. And they were showing how it used to be the entire bay, which includes about 360 islands. And then we can talk a little bit about mathematics later, but that number, it's one of the first things that came up on the show the very first season. And I said, maybe it's random, but when you're talking about the ancient world and numerology, and you got a number like 360 come up, it's a fairly clear tip of the hat to the circle. And the circle is sort of, that's how the zodiac works. That's how astrology works, at least in the West it does. And so you really kind of got me to pay attention. But anyway, what they were showing was this map that shows Mahone Bay 8,000 years ago. And supposedly 8,000 years ago, it was not part of the ocean. It was a freshwater lagoon. And it was fed by what's called the Gold River, which is at the very northwestern part of the bay. It's actually past Oak Island. That's where the main water enters Mahone Bay from the mainland Nova Scotia. And back even, I want to say before that maybe, there was actually a lot more dry land, and the islands would have looked different. And the river, the Gold River, actually would have cut off the northeast coast of Oak Island and sort of formed a deep trench off that coast. And there's actually a lot of anomalies even in that water there. And just trying to understand, some people have claimed, I don't know if they showed this on the show, I don't think they have. They've claimed that they found Indian burial mounds under the water of Mahone Bay, like 20 feet down, large piles of rocks that would indicate a burial. And I certainly believe that. I definitely believe that, because the lagoon at some point was breached by the ocean. But before that, it would have been a lagoon, and possibly before, or maybe even after that, it would have been sort of like a valley, and the islands would have been like hills on the sides of the valley, and you have this big river cutting down through it. So that's something that, is actually, I don't think, ever been showed on the show, and it's one of those things that it will change. I guarantee it will change your perspective on what you could potentially be dealing with. So I think this goes back probably to the beginning of the Earth and the first civilizations, and certainly Atlantis is one of the topics that comes up for me a lot in reference to Oak Island. I've talked to channelers. Some people believe in psychics. Some people believe Atlantis was part of Oak Island and the Mahone Bay area. But I would also encourage people to have a look at the different islands in Mahone Bay, and you're going to see that they're really strange looking. This is not something, I've had arguments with people, but other scientists about this. I'm one of the rare scientists that's very open-minded consistently, and if something, piece of information comes in, it's okay. We can field the question, and it might change my perspective, it might not, but what we need to do is we need to try not to let it scare us or close us off to that information, because that might be your solution. And so he said, what did he say? He said the only way that I'd believe that the islands were somehow created or fashioned is if I was drunk at a bar, is what his exact words were. And I said, all right, and I knew that topic was closed off to him. But if you look at Oak Island, a lot of people believe it resembles a baby elephant. Look at the other 360 islands around Oak Island. They all look strange. They all have very strange angles. They have very rounded edges. A lot of them have this very triangular shaped swamp. Oak Island's not the only one that has that. There's one to the south of it that looks exactly like a raven or a crow. It literally, like an artist came in and drew all the frills along the back, with the feathers and the top of the head. You see the beak coming down. This is not like a glacial, the glaciers were used at some point in alongside of some other things in terms of the creation, I believe. So what we're talking about is supernatural forces, and the question is at what point were they applied? And there's two things that I always go back to. I already mentioned Atlantis. I'd recommend keeping that in the back of your head when you're thinking about Oak Island, because certainly that was, I believe, part of its history way, way back. But the other thing is that I talked to a channeler, and I already had feelings about this, but I asked her on a show one time. I was in the chat room, and she was the guest. And I said, can you just, would you be able to simply tell me who created Oak Island? And she paused for about 4 seconds. And, she didn't know me, so she didn't know what topics I was interested in, what I was comfortable with. But she goes, well, you're not going to like this. And I said, no, it's fine. She said that it was aliens that created the island. And I said, well, I already felt that, so that's not surprising to me. And when you're over there, Daniel, when you're in Mahone Bay, and on particular islands, you actually can feel, if you're sensitive, you'll feel an alien presence. You'll actually feel, for me, it feels like magnetism. When there's aliens in the area, you'll feel like a magnetic pulse, kind of. And it's really weird for your biofields. It doesn't make you feel really fantastic. So they come through the magnetic spectrum for me, the alien intelligence. And then the other thing I would say is that you have a fair amount of black magic or dark magic that was happening in that area as well. And it wasn't very local. I mean, it was all the way through, in my belief, all the way through Nova Scotia, New Brunswick or New Brunswich. You know, wick and witch. It's essentially the same
like
word.
wicked.
Yeah, exactly. It's a reference to witch. And then as you go down through Maine, there's a ton of it in Maine, and like you said, Wicca is people all throughout the Maritimes, and then in through the northeastern part of the United States, and then
I
in
think
through
the etymology is witch and Wicca. They come from the word Pict, like the Picts or the Pixies that came from the Picts. I believe that's where that etymology kind of traces back. So that makes a lot of sense. Fascinating.
Yep. And then we all know about Salem, Massachusetts, and what a lot of people don't know is that the first witches actually were out of Connecticut, and they were out of the Hartford, Connecticut area. That was before the Salem witch trials happened. There's plenty of it in Rhode Island too. There's towns that have wick and witch and all this, Sandwich, Massachusetts. You got Wickford, all of these things. So when you look at the etymology, in fact, I've learned most of what I know probably from etymology. And the person I have to thank for that, I'm sure some of you guys know him, is Santos Bonacci. He's got a massive following on YouTube now. He's always said, you got to just pay attention to the words, and you're going to find hidden meanings couched in the word. You don't even have to go past that. You'll find the origin of the word by looking at the letters and the phonetics. So in any case, I believe there was a lot of that going on Oak Island as well. And, in terms of who was there, like I said in the beginning, I think just about everyone. But the question is what are we supposed to do with it? Or what are we expecting to find? What do you think? What do you think is there, Daniel? Or do you think it's been removed? Or
well, what you're saying just really makes me think that what we have are certain areas, and for whatever reason, islands seem really popular for this. But there's certain areas where you're either on they sometimes say the place where I live, Seattle, Washington, is on this big ley line, and that's why they built the Space Needle here, et cetera, et cetera. I know that there are places where the Earth's magnetism might be weaker or it might be stronger. There might be something about it where all these occultist types throughout history probably want to do their rituals in this spot because it's extra powerful. It's kind of like doing your ritual on a full moon. There are things happening, occult laws. There are things going on that we don't necessarily perceive, yet we know that they're true, even though we can't necessarily explain them. Maybe the ancients could, people back then, but right now we're just kind of going by traditions a lot of the time. But I do think that there's a reason the Templars were there. I mean, they must have known something happened there previously. They must have been privy to some kind of knowledge, maybe that the church had, or maybe that had been passed down through certain bloodlines or secret societies that might have existed before, where they knew that there's something about this place that was different, that would empower their ritual or allow them to achieve something. That's what would make the most sense to me.
yeah, absolutely. I think for people who are looking for more of like a definitive answer about what happened there, there is somewhere at this point that I would recommend looking. And I have obviously lots of friends in the Oak Island community, a lot of very intelligent people. I have some friends who are into cryptology, cryptography, and I've never really done that. But the thing is it's this topic about the King James Bible. And I don't know if you guys have heard this one before, but the 1611 King James Bible was the first one, the first sort of iteration of the Bible for the modern world. It was, produced in England, of course, King James. And the thing about this is that the people who did that they weren't just academics, they weren't just intelligent men. They were very likely Rosicrucians. And the Rosicrucians were sort of the people who came directly after the Templar, according to what many people believe. was a sort of like a continuation of that lineage and that tradition. And so Francis Bacon, by many accounts, he was the man that was sort of in charge of the Rosicrucians, the one who was supposed to have founded the Rosicrucians. A lot of people also believe he founded the Freemasons, the modern iteration of the Freemasons, because that actually goes way back to ancient Egypt. So in any case, I have a friend, Jake Roberts. He's got a great YouTube channel called Ghosts of Bacon. If you guys have not heard of this before. And he's been a guest on several podcasts before. He actually went to the islands a couple times as well. They didn't air any of his material either. Very, very intelligent man. And so what he found is at the beginning of the Bible, there's actually a map. And this map is supposed to be of Jerusalem and sort of the Mediterranean Sea and that kind of area, northern, I guess maybe even northern Africa. And the map is really, it has a lot of symbolism in it. It's not just they created this to show where the different tribes were distributed from the ancient traditions, of the Judaism. We're talking about like there's actual symbols and signs. It's essentially a treasure map, is what it is, and it's a many level, many tiered treasure map. And Jake actually found a GPS coordinate based on the positioning of several things. So at the top of the page, there's numbers that go across. At the side of the page, there's also numbers. And then there's a ship with, I believe, 2 masts maybe. And when you basically line up the masts and you take it all the way to the edge of the page, it intersects the number, and then there's another number that gets intersected. Any case, so what ended up happening, and this show should still be up online. His should be up, but I also have one. I did a show with him on his show. I was on Ghost of Bacon with him a while back, and I actually came out in support of what he discovered because after I saw what he actually discovered. And so the GPS coordinate that he pulled out of this map, when he revealed it to everyone on the show that he was doing, it was actually the same exact spot that I independently came to a conclusion about without anything. I mean, I was not referencing the Bible. I was not in the 1611 Bible. I didn't know about this Rosicrucian involvement at the time. And I came up with it from a completely different angle, but we came up with the same exact solution. And there's no way, and this is a 140-acre island, and we're talking the drop of a hat, basically, is where his spot landed, right directly on top of where I'd already indicated. And I had done the work I had done was 5 years before I ever saw what he was suggesting. And so to me, what that means, the chances of that being unrelated are very, very small because it's such a huge piece of land. I mean, you can zoom right in down to it, the same exact spot. And I cross-checked it with the work I already done. I put it on my maps that I had. It's the exact same spot. So we came at the same conclusion from 2 different angles. But the thing that's important here is that, okay, if people don't want to believe me, that's fine. I'm trying to show the evidence. I'm trying to show as clear as I can how I got to the conclusion. And it is good. It's good math. It's good science. It's all sound and solid. But he found this information in a cipher in the 1611 Bible. So I said, all right, guys, just if it's going to come to like whose theory do you want to use to dig the spot that he indicated, go ahead and use Jake's theory because he found it in an actual text. And we never talked. Me and Jake had never talked before that. So I believe this is all related to, it is all related to Jerusalem for sure. It's related to, minimum, to the Rosicrucians. And I think certainly, according to what I believe, before that, the Templars as well. But also, honestly, I think it goes back to ancient Egypt. And then before that, I think it goes back to Atlantis. So I think it's a repository for a lot of different cultures through time. And there's not just one treasure site. There's many. And they're all at different levels and, drawn out according to different systems. So anyway, I'd recommend looking at that because that's some actual really good hard data that people created to try to point us to Oak Island, among other places. And it's something that's in a very old text,
What about the whole idea that the Templars put the Holy Grail somewhere on Oak Island and that it's protected by some kind of water trap that fills up so that no one can access it. I believe that was one of the episodes of the Oak Island show, if I remember correctly. Any thoughts on that? Could that be true?
Yeah, I think there's several ways to look at that, but kind of the main one, what I just mentioned before, in terms of the changing water levels and the lagoon becoming part of the ocean and all that stuff, is where I would recommend looking first for that answer. I think that the original treasures were buried before that, probably before that was even a lagoon. One of the things that you can do, I certainly know this is possible, is you can reroute a river. You can dam the river, reroute it, and it's going to empty the bay, and now your bay is going to be dry. So, and if you have a natural barrier on the ocean water is not coming into the bay yet, and you can, slowly, I guess, drain the lagoon, and that may have been done through some magic as well. I'm sure it was, actually, according to what I think about it. So there's many ways to look at this, but what I would say is that I believe there's civilizations below our feet, and there's many of them. And I think maybe one day soon we're going to find some actual evidence of that, and people are not going to be able to look away. They're buried in cataclysms. So I think there's many people who buried things there. And in terms of the tunnels, that could have been done after. It may have been done also by supernatural beings. It may have been done before the water came in, and with the knowledge that when the water came in, the water level came up, it would actually flood everything, keeping it safer, But at the time when it was dug, it may have been dry. But like I said, with the understanding that the water would be an additional safety measure when it actually came in to flood the island. There's lots of ways to think about it. But people are not imagining things with these flood tunnels. And one of the things I talked about quite a long time ago, maybe about 3 years ago on one of the shows I did with my friend from Oak Island, actually, was that the system of the money pit, in terms of what is that trying to get at? And you got these 9 levels, the platforms are 10 feet apart. You got the wood, the oak planks everywhere. You got this thing called the 90-foot stone. And then you've got the first flood tunnel, I think it was right below the 90-foot stone. When the stone was lifted, you broke that seal, and then the water started to come in from that first flood tunnel. But one of the things I think is the most important about the one thing there's no doubt in my mind at all about this island is we're talking about cosmic principles. This is not one culture. This is something for the entire world. This is before the cultures. It's before the religions. It's with the numbers, the numbers and the meaning behind the numbers. So when you go back to cosmology, you see that the 9th sphere, the platforms in the money pit, is suggesting the ancient cosmological system. Like I was talking about the 9 levels. This one in particular might be talking about the 9 levels below the earth. It doesn't really matter in some ways because you can invert that and it becomes the same thing if it's, going up versus going down. But the one thing that I do know is that the 90-foot stone in the 90-foot level flood tunnel is indicating what's called the 9th sphere. The 9th sphere in ancient cosmology is called the crystalline sea. Now, one of the interpretations for a crystalline sea is the ocean, because there's salt crystals in it. That's one of them. That's not the only one. It's also described sometimes as a force field, a shimmering force field. So the system was created. The idea was that these are not just 9 levels, and they're also, the other thing is they're 10 feet apart. And since they're 10 feet apart, what that's suggesting to me is there's one more platform, and it should be at the 100-foot level. And sure enough, back in the very beginning of the search, they had supposedly gotten to this 90-foot level, took the stone off, and then they were able to probe with, I guess, like an iron bar or something beneath this 90-foot level, and they hit something. I think they hit the top of something, I want to say at 98 feet. And the idea was that it was one or more treasure chests. But the idea for me is that the bottom of that object was sitting at 100 feet. And, that 100-foot level, that's the top level of the cosmological system. That's the freedom. That is the treasure. That's the actual treasure. Never mind gold and silver. When you're talking about freedom of your spirit, and freedom to access the rest of the larger system, the rest of the universe. That's our true freedom. So, and I'll say one more thing about this too, Daniel, is that we do know that the Freemasons actually chose Oak Island as the first land to distribute or to divide into lots. And the question is well, I mean, obviously they knew something about that before they even did that. And 32 lots. That's how many lots were given to the island. And there's been from the very beginning, there have been Freemasons involved, living on Oak Island and also having interest in the search, funding different searches and what have you. So it's a many level thing. And one of the things that I thought about, I talked about in a couple shows, is that I think Oak Island may have been sort of like a ritualistic center for some of the early Freemason activities, because as I'm suggesting, that they have models, they have the same exact model. It's called the Enochian Vault, in Freemasonry, and the Royal Arch, third degree Royal Arch or something, I believe it's called. And it's the same thing, man. It's the same story. You're talking about, there's actually three, I believe in their version, there's three knights, like the Knights Templar. The three knights discover the vaults underneath the temple in Jerusalem. Well, in the Oak Island story, it's the same thing, except it's three boys. Sometimes it's referred to as three young men. And they find this opening in the ground, and it has the same exact number of platforms, as the story from the Enochian Chambers.
Mm.
So that's a direct match right there. And we know that they were there setting up the early island. So we can know a few things fairly definitively, but the question still remains is what exactly is there? And more importantly is, how do we actually get to it? And I believe, I'll tell you my answer is that it's not going to happen until it's the right time. And that's the universe's decision. It's not I don't believe that's our decision. Try as hard as we might. I was prevented from continuing to assist with the search. And I finally had to say, okay, I respected the universe's decision and I moved on. But that doesn't mean it's done. It just means it's done for now.
Certainly, I wonder if the Templars, if they went there before or after they were kind of excommunicated and run out of Europe. They probably knew about it beforehand, right? And maybe they went there afterwards as a place to kind of hide.
Oh, I'm sure they knew about it. I guess by all accounts, they were sort of the keepers of the secrets. I think there was, I don't know how you would call it, or if there was even a name. Probably wasn't necessarily a name, but I had referenced earlier that the sort of the Freemason principles, it appears, really kind of originated in ancient Egypt. And so what I'm assuming is that before the Templar, there was the group that came before the Templar, and they were the Egyptian wisdom keepers, the original wisdom keepers. Before, I would say even before the religions in ancient Egypt, you had the true principles being taught in ancient Egypt. So that's why, if you go into like a Freemason establishment, you're going to see there's paintings of Egypt everywhere. They've got pictures of pharaohs and like King Tut's mask and all this stuff. And I actually had asked them one time. I said, why do you guys have all this Egyptian stuff up here? And they don't want to share anything with me, man. But I figure I'd ask anyway. I already have an idea of, in terms of the lineage and how information was passed. All you really have to do is try to go back to the first place. Where was the first place? And they used to call Egypt used to be called the West. Never mind, the Americas, the ancient world. The West was Egypt and Mesopotamia, and the East was, of course, the Asian area of the world. And so that's why Eastern astrology is from India, Western astrology is Egypt, Mesopotamia area. And so we just have to try to go back as far as we can to get at the true meaning. And then if we're able to do that, when you have things come up, when you have number systems come up, when you have symbols come up, for me, it's not only been helpful, it's been completely necessary in order to get at the true meaning behind what we're seeing. But when I'm on Oak Island, if I see numbers come up, like I mentioned before, 360, well, if we give the fact that maybe the islands were created, well, maybe they were created to be that number for a reason, and that's not the only place 360 shows up on the island, not by a long shot. You've got Nolan's Cross, if you guys know about Nolan's Cross, the megalithic boulders in the shape of a Christian cross on the island. Some people think it's not a cross, they think it's a constellation. Some people think it's a constellation. But the point is that when you look at that cross, there's very specific numbers that were used. And this is what actually really got me interested in pursuing this, is when I contacted the company and asked if I could appear on the island and present my theories in the war room and everything. This is at the very beginning. I mean, I started contacting the team members back in 2016, I believe. I think it was the end of 2015, I think, I started to contact Rick and the other team members. And so the idea is that I saw on Nolan's Cross the very specific numbers. And when you look at the cross arms, the first thing that I saw was that each cross arm was 360 feet long. You know, and I'm looking at that and I'm saying, okay, given that this is something of a spiritual value or from an ancient number system or mathematical concepts or whatever, then 360 is about as clear as you can get in terms of, we're talking about sacred geometry. And of course, the circle, it's the number of degrees in the circle. And then there's two of them. And so you got 360 degrees for one, 360 feet for one arm of this megalithic cross, 360 feet on the other arm. Well, when you put that together, you get 720. And then what ends up happening is that 36 times, I'm going to take the zero off. You know, people who are good at math, it's very easy to do this. So you got the 36. Well, 36 times 2 is 72. Okay, and then here's the last part of this, is that when you look at the top of the cross, you have what's called it's called the headstone. They dug in the middle of the cross and they found way back in the 1980s, I believe. Fred Nolan, who originally owned the land, he's no longer alive. His son owns the land, though. He left it to his son, Tom. They found a stone in the shape of a head, like carved in the shape of a head, which I've seen in person. It's actually very small. It's not that big at all, and it's fairly flat. It was less impressive than I was expecting. Let me put it that way. And we don't know who put that there. It could have been put later on. You know, who knows when people did what. But I will say this, is that when you look at the distance that Fred Nolan was a professional surveyor. He was brought on in the 1960s, maybe even late 1950s, to do professional surveying for the island. In partnership with the other gentleman there, his name was Dan Blankenship. They were the two sort of modern day treasure hunters for Oak Island. They had a fairly bitter rivalry, actually, for many years. They tried to work together in the beginning, but so anyway, when Fred measured this cross, measuring from this headstone to the top stone of the cross, he measured it as 145 feet. And he had, I'm not going to go into the rest of the measurements. I just want to illustrate this one point here, because you can figure out the rest if you know what to look for. And it's been on the show. I didn't present it. I did present it, but they didn't show it. And then someone else later down the line came and he showed it, and they actually showed it on TV, which just goes to show you, you know, it's so conditional. It's not necessarily the information. It has to be the time. It has to be that they have time in the show. Maybe they like the person more than they like me. I have no idea, man. Doesn't even matter anymore. But he measured as 145. And so I said, well, and by the way, he moved a couple of the stones to dig underneath them. These are very large stones, but he moved them because he thought they were treasure markers. And so in terms of, you know, like the diameter on these stones is not small. So if you're measuring from one edge of a stone to another edge of a stone, you can say that's the distance. Or you can measure from the center of a stone to the center of the other stone. You know, there's a little bit of wiggle room in terms of by a foot or two. And we know on top of that, we know he moved all of them to dig underneath them. So I looked at the 145 and I said, well, you know what? It has to be 144, because 36 times 2, again, back to what I had, is 72. What's 72 times 2? 144. And so now it's all internally consistent and the pattern is correct. And then you can apply the same mathematics all the way down the cross to figure out the other correct measurements for what was happening later on. That's given that it's based on an actual mathematical system, which, you know, it's so perfect. How can it not be? And then that extends, you know, into other things like Petter Amundsen, who was one of the first guys to ever do theory work on the island from Norway, he found another stone buried, 290 something feet or whatever off the bottom of the cross. But it's on the same line, and all you have to do is just keep with the same mathematics system, and you're gonna find what you're looking for. So someone did something very specific. It's a perfect bearing. If you draw the line out to the Middle East, it goes right through Jerusalem. This cross is pointing at Jerusalem. It goes on and on. So at the very base, I would say that what we're looking for is something related to ancient Jerusalem. And I think there's things there that are much older than that, but I think the first things that we're going to come up with are things from Jerusalem.
Well, one of the most famous stories about the Templars is the idea that they dug underneath the temple, Solomon's temple, the main temple, the temple, and they found something that caused them to deny the resurrection. Do you think this might have been something to do with lost civilization, or maybe the idea that Christ was really from Egypt and the whole idea of Christianity may have been stolen from Egypt, something along those lines? What do you think they found under there that would make them deny the resurrection?
Well, there was a talk about the Templars worshiping a head, or the Baphomet head, I believe was the one, and all kinds of other accusations. I don't know what's true and what's not true. All I know is the original teachings on the planet, and that's what I always go back to. So I think there have been many kinds of technology on this planet that have been sometimes strange. If you talk about the Ark of the Covenant, you're talking about something that's potentially radioactive. The communication device between the ancient Israelites and God, the God of the Old Testament, which I believe it's a different God from the God of the New Testament, and that goes into astrology. And it is consistent, but it's astrological in principle. So
Astrological. What do you? I'm sorry. What do you mean by that? That sounds incredibly interesting.
Oh, it's fantastic. Well, it's actually fairly simple as far as I'm concerned. The Old Testament, it's the book of the Jewish people. And so when you look at what day the Jewish people celebrate on, it's on Saturday. And Saturday is named for Saturn. And Saturn is the same person as Satan. When I say Satan, I'm not talking necessarily about the malevolent form of Satan, because he's a planet. Satan is Saturn. He's a planet, and it's an energy. You might have a representative from Saturn, and that could be someone different, but ultimately you're talking about Saturn. So when I talk about the Old Testament, I say that the God of the Old Testament is Saturn. Very, very clear to me. His color is often black, and oftentimes people in the Jewish faith are wearing black. And they worship on Saturday, which is his day, Saturn's day. The New Testament is based on Sunday. And of course, the Christian faith worships on Sunday. The Sunday is very obvious. It's the sun. The sun was considered a planet in the ancient world. And so you have a luminary as well, but you have the sun. And the sun, and you talk about Jesus the Son, it's talking about, he's the Son of God. This is going to blow your mind, man. This is really important, honestly, and it doesn't have to disrupt anyone's faith. All it is information. I'm very pro-Christ myself. It doesn't change how I treat people and how I act. But when you want to understand large cosmic timelines, you got to understand the planets. You have to understand where these names are coming from, and where these figures are coming from, and why they show up at the time they do. So anyway, the Son of God is said to be Jesus. But the Son, the word Son can be spelled S-O-N or S-U-N. It sounds the same phonetically. That's not a coincidence. It's intended to be that way. And so, and Christians worship on Sunday. So their God is the Son. And that's the God of the New Testament. And guess what? What's interesting about this astrologically is that the Sun and Saturn in the chart of the solar system are opposed to each other. That's why those religions are always head-to-head with each other, because it's a different God you're talking about. These are lesser gods. These are astrological gods. They're not the main one above, which is why you might talk to someone who's a Muslim and they say, yeah, we believe in the same God. Well, and actually the Muslim faith is their day of celebration is on Friday, which is Venus. Venus is Freya, that's Venus. And so you have their day is on Friday. And these are the three Abrahamic religions that come out of this astrological story. But it's a lesser story. It's not a cosmic story. You're just talking about planets, and they're all aspects truly of God. But the last point I want to make with this one, before you have any other qualifications or whatever, I'm happy to make that, is that when you look at the word God, I have some people who talk about that and they say, oh, that's not his true name. He doesn't like to be called that. All this stuff, whatever. First of all, for my belief, God is not he, it's everything. It's more like the Eastern concepts when you talk about the yin yang. It's a confluence of the masculine and the feminine principles and the neutral principles. It's everything as one. But when you look at that word in particular, it sounds a lot like, I'll say it sounds, but it also looks a lot like the word goat, G-O-A-T. You take the A out, you could say it the same. God, got, God. Okay, well, who's the goat? Usually the goat is Satan. Okay, who is Saturn? And so when you talk about who is Jesus, and again, I'm not being offensive, I'm talking astrological principles here. I believe in Jesus as a wonderful ascended master. But to understand the story, you really have to understand this part of it. And if you're not looking at it because you don't want to, whatever, you're willfully choosing to do that, but it's right in front of us. But when you say this, here's the last part of this. This is what brings it together. The Son of God, or the son of the goat. Okay, and that's, again, Saturn. The goat, Saturn is Capricorn. Saturn rules Capricorn. So you're saying that Jesus, his name, one of the places his name comes from is actually coming together of the words Jupiter and Zeus, who is the same planet. One is Roman, one is Greek. But Jupiter Zeus is Zeus. And so in mythology from Europe, the son of Saturn is Jupiter. So it's all consistent, and that's why when you want to get really controversial, which I just went into that zone, but again, it's not controversial to me. It's actually exciting and it's fun information, and it doesn't change how I treat people. I try to be benevolent everywhere I go. It's an astrological story, and in fact, the whole Bible is an astrological story at one of the highest levels of meaning. But it's very simple, Saturn and Jupiter. There's a long mythology about these two planets. We had that conjunction back in, I believe, 2020, the winter solstice. I'm sure everyone remembers that. It was a big deal. They were right next to each other. Or one was right in front of the other one. You couldn't even tell the difference between the two planets. Well, there's a long story between the two planets, and I believe, was it Jupiter? Yeah, I believe Jupiter. I thought Jupiter killed Saturn, if I'm not mistaken, in the mythology. And so
I believe you're correct about that. Yes,
exactly. And I think Saturn killed his father Uranus. And these are astrological stories, but they can also be they can come into the form of an actual figure. In history, you can actually apply the principle to an actual human. And say that this person represents this, and bring that story down to Earth, and then reenact that story on Earth. Whatever it is. But the point is that, and also the point for me, like when I talk to people from the Abrahamic religions, is one of the things I really try to drive home is that you guys have a really long tradition, and there's a lot of beautiful parts to it, but it's not the only one, and it's just from the West, and it's actually not that old. You want to talk old, you go over to the East. And, the Hindus have 33 million gods. How does that happen? How long do you have to be around to create that many gods, or to establish that many gods? And their time cycles are measured in the millions of years instead of the 26,000 year cycle called the Great Year, in the Western part of the world, or the Egypt, Mesopotamia part of the world. So we need to try to be a little bit more humble in terms of, there's nothing wrong with saying this is my religion, this is what I believe, and you're fine and you're comfortable with that, and it allows you to be a good person. I think that's fantastic. But don't go discounting other religions, especially without even reading their text, or even going to a service or talking to someone from that religion. It's preposterous. Because at the end of the day, for me, it's about what lives in the heart, and it's about your actions. And if your actions support your heart, that's God to me. You have to become that person. And I don't need philosophy. I don't need to say I believe this is my savior or whatever. Man, I want to be the best person I can be, and I want to be recognized for being that kind of person. But I don't need a title for it. What I want people to remember is the kindness, and the truthfulness and the honesty and the helpfulness. And for me, those are the attributes of God. And that goes above any religion. It goes above everything that happened throughout history. It has to do with your soul development and your spiritual development.
Dave, would you be okay with taking some questions from our panel?
Oh, absolutely. That's my favorite part.
All right, let's go ahead and start off with Jin the Ninja. Jin, are you present?
I am present. Hey, Dan. Hey, Dave. I actually just podcasted with Dave a few days ago, so everybody go to his channel and check that out. And with Lee, obviously, we'll shout out him. And shout out to Grub, who's patiently typing away in the comments, and I just podcasted with him too. Anyways, so Dave, I'm just going to push back a little bit on two things. And I know you're cool. You know I'm cool with you. It's just ideas. We're just exchanging ideas. So one thing that I was thinking about was when you were saying, I know you said this the other day too, is the 33 million, and it's often said to be 33 crores of God, but or forms of God in the Vedas, but that's actually a mistranslation. It's 33 forms or 33 offices of God with multitudinous forms that is sometimes described in the millions. This is a common mistake that even like normie Hindus make. But it is not 33 million. It really is, because we have exactly the same concept in Buddhism. It's called Tushita heaven, which is the 33 god heaven. But there are multiple kinds of spirits and different categories like Gandharvas, yakshas. There's all the different categories. So that isn't quite right, but I definitely sentimentally I agree with you. And then the other thing was about God of the Old Testament. Now, I did say this to you last time, but I only believe that it's really referring to one figure. So there's a greater and lesser forms. And so I'm not quite sure that the Old Testament God is Saturnian in that exact way, because if a lot of Talmudic Jews believe God is at Chesed of mercy, and there's a book even called the Tomer Devorah, which is a medieval Kabbalah book by Cordovero. And they even say in that book, like, God is always at mercy. That is so that Jupiter. So I think there's a lot of discrepancy. I think that I do agree with you that there's elements of forms of God in all the religions, and different religions obviously prefer different forms and different ideas. So both red and blue pillar kinds of things, like it's melding the form with idea, which happens in synthesis and death. So I just think that's interesting. But that's all I really have.
Awesome. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. And
Yeah, no problem, brother. You're doing a great job.
We did have a great show. Just wonderful to have all the perspective. We're on Subconscious Realms. Me, Jen, and Robbie Marks. Check that out. I got that on my page too, if you guys want to see that. But yeah, and actually, you know what? What's interesting is just in general, the number 33 is a very, very important number in all the traditions, most of them at least. And for me, with that number, including obviously Jesus was said to be 33 when he achieved the resurrection, but there's also 33 bones in your spine. And it's also, technically, it's 33 and a third, which is, it's a third. You're talking about it's 1/3 of whatever. So it's mathematics. And speaking, we talked about Kundalini, but the Kundalini serpent is supposed to be coiled 3.33 times at the base of the spine. So these are cosmic principles and cosmic numbers. And if we look to the numbers, we will be led to the most basic sort of form of meaning there. But yeah, I appreciate it, Jen. Obviously the 33 million is what I've heard, like a lot of people, and you know a lot more about that than I do. So I appreciate your perspective.
No, I just try and bring like a little bit of my stuff, but you're doing a great job, Dave. And I will just shout out Chad in the chat, he had an amazing point, and he said, I think Jewish tradition focuses on a conjunction between Jupiter and Saturn on December 21st every 20 years. And this is something, and Dan knows this, that I've brought up several times when I've been on the panel, is that I really do think that there is like how the universe really functions, or how our world really functions, is a dialectical process between Saturn and Jupiter. This is kind of like a reoccurring theme of mine, but I think it's really interesting. And yeah, great show, Dan. Thank you so much for bringing me up.
Alrighty, thank you, Jin. Did you have anything else, or should we go ahead and move on?
You can go on. I'm cool, but good job, Dave. Great to see you, and yeah, all that.
Alrighty, thank you, Jen. Yeah, just let me know if you have any more questions. We're going to go ahead and see if Dr. Robert is back. Dr. Robert, are you there? Paging Dr. Robert. Paging Dr. Robert. Oh, he may have stepped away, but no worries. We will try him again later on. Let's go to Clint Aestwood, Third World Assassin. Clint, what's up?
Yar.
Yar. He's going pirate mode on us.
One of the oldest books I found on Oak Island was about it said the three witnesses they came up on this guy, and he had a cutlass scar across his face, and he said he told them the treasure story, and and that damn it, where's that? But about the I can't remember what the Spaniard's name or whatnot was. But if you want to show the screen real quick, I was going to show what I think the treasure is, real quick. It's this is the end of the movie called Pirates by Roman Polanski, and this is the very end, and they got this giant gold chair from the Aztecs, and I mean, it's there's a lot to it, but I think that there was some the Aztec treasure was hidden there, basically. But yeah, the subject. Yeah, I mean, some people think that the you don't have to show the screen anymore, but some people think that the what was that? The golden menorah of the Hebrews was there, and the Ark of the Covenant, and so on, and that it's a pretty interesting concept. I wonder if it was perhaps like a Viking mine, or like a I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on all of this?
Well, I can certainly comment on. I actually have something interesting to say about that chair too. Nice to meet you, Clint. I appreciate you coming on.
Oh yeah.
I think what we have is, if you go back to season 3, I believe, you look down what was called C1. It was a cavity that they dug, and they put a larger case on down through that. And they sent a couple divers down there, and they put some cameras down to get some video shots. And this was kind of like right when I started getting interested in the show. And they actually came up with a shiny, they called it the shiny gold object, or the shiny gold thing, down in this cavity. And this cavity is very deep. It's like 190 feet to 210 feet, I believe. It's actually below the bedrock, which again, this is what I've been suggesting with there have been many cataclysms that have deposited different layers of bedrock. And that's what I believe we're talking about, and why you're seeing things above and below. But when I saw this, the shiny gold object, it actually looked like honestly, the best way for me to describe it, it looked like the end of a trombone. And there was a very curved gold shiny part of it, and you could see it came out and then it kind of went down along that way. So there's something, I felt very strange when I first saw that. And what I was thinking was actually, my idea was ancient Egypt, but I have no idea. And then the weird part is the next time they went down, it disappeared. They couldn't find that same object, and it was fairly large. I mean, it would be like, how could you not see this again? I actually had a psychic or a channeler tell me. She said that, and she didn't qualify or quantify who it was, but she said that they can move it, or they can move things underground. And so I certainly believe that that's some of what's happening in terms of, like, you're talking about groups of people. I'll refer to them as aliens this time, who can command the elements. And so, yeah, you can materialize and dematerialize things and transport things, turn off, like we were talking about before, Daniel, when I was cut out of the conversation for a minute. I mean, you can cut off electronic communication, you can cut off magnetic sensors, you can do whatever you want when you can get into the elements. And so I think that's definitely going on. Clint, what was
Kind
it?
of
What was the
reminds
last?
me also of the Ark of the Covenant, because supposedly you could construct pillars, construct buildings, and do all kinds of things with the Ark if they're using something similar, or they know what they're doing, so to speak. I mean, who knows? They could even be using demons or something like King Solomon did. But obviously, that occult knowledge goes really deep. I've even heard that's what they were doing in Egypt. They were using sound to move the blocks around. I mean, I can't verify that. For all I know, giants were building these things, but that does seem like a good explanation to me.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Have you ever had any UFO phenomenon happen to you personally, or?
Yeah, I've had tons, Clint. In fact, I've had so many. I told you guys know General from Subconscious Realms, right? General Lee.
Lee, yeah, that's our guy,
Yeah.
General Lee.
Okay, so I told him once, because I think he's still waiting for an experience, and I said, man, like, please take mine. I don't want them anymore. Not that I don't want them, but I don't need more to first of all, to verify that it's a real. It can be a real phenomenon if it's in your quantum field, and that's my qualification. Is that I believe everything we see is projected out of our head. And so it's our version. I can't tell you how many times I've been standing somewhere with someone, and I'm like, hey, do you see that over there? And they're like, no, what are you talking about? And then I point at it, and they still can't see it. And then I turn to them, I'm like, man, someone's losing their mind, because it's clearly there. And then fairly recently, maybe 5 years ago, I started to think about, well, maybe they actually can't see it. Like it's not in their quantum vision, or their field of quantum vision. And so I try to give people a little bit more leeway these days, because I actually don't know what other people see. I know what I see. That's all I can speak to. But yeah, I've seen, I'll give you a couple really fast examples. My first one was in, I know it's cliche, but in New Mexico, and it was coming into Roswell. That was back in 2009. And it was one of the darkest skies I can ever remember seeing. And there was no one on the roads except me that night. And I look up at the sky, and I saw what I thought was a very bright star. I thought maybe it was Jupiter. It didn't look like a plane, because it wasn't really moving. It was actually sitting stationary in the sky, and it was off to the sort of the right side of my car. So I'm looking up at it. It's not doing anything. And the next thing I know, it actually, and like I said, it's completely stationary, and it moves all the way to the other side of the sky, which was, I don't know how many, 100 miles or something, or more potentially. And not only did it move, but it stopped on a dime. And they talk about this on Ancient Aliens all the time. That would crush any human passenger. You can't do that in physics. You can't stop like that. And I don't think we even have technology maybe that could even do that if it was possible. Maybe we do. Maybe they're not talking about it. So and then after it stopped, it started to swivel on like an axis like this. And then it went black. And then when I saw it, it was back on the other side of the sky again. And so, it's all kinds of tricks that it was doing up there. And the weirdest thing about this is I started to get an earache. I got a really bad earache in the ear that was actually facing whatever that was in the sky. And it didn't go away for probably 6 hours. And that was after I got out of that local area. So I've seen that when I was in Nevada on this past trip. Beginning of, I guess, last summer, I actually was in Great Basin National Park, and beautiful skies. It's like a dark sky park, and they do astronomical programs and stuff there all the time. It's a really beautiful place, but it is a little creepy at times. And sometimes what happens is things can kind of phase in and phase out. So you might be in the same area, and one time you feel positive, the next time you feel kind of strange. But you'll notice that maybe the clouds changed, or you'll feel a pulsing magnetism, then it'll be gone in another, an hour or something. Well, I was camping that night, and as I was going to sleep, I actually felt this magnetism, and I hadn't felt it during the day. I don't think at all, really. I actually felt pretty good during the day. But as I was getting ready to fall asleep, I felt this kind of pulsing magnetism. And for me, that's always the aliens come through that frequency. And so I actually said a formal prayer just for protection because I didn't want to deal with it. I needed to get rest. And, I'm not giving permission for whatever entity that is to mess with me. So it may not have been doing it deliberately. It may have just been casting a field across a larger area. But in any case, I didn't want to deal with that. And so I went away. And then I woke up the next morning, and there was a cloud, except it was not a cloud at all. It was very angular shaped, and it was the size of probably a few football fields. I don't know the exact measurement. Very large. I would say it's the closest thing that I've seen to what people would call a mothership. And it was directly over my car. And I was going to stay a little longer, and I said, no, I'm not doing this anymore. Especially when I ask from a good place, and I'm saying I'm not interested in receiving this kind of thing, and then it keeps doing it, I'm going to leave that territory because it's not respecting me either. And if you're a benevolent alien species, you got to be sensitive to how people are going to perceive you and your technology. And obviously, this particular one was not interested in doing that, and so I ended up leaving. So there's that one. I mean, when I was outside Oak Island at the hotel when I was doing my work, very similar bright light. And actually what happened is I stepped out of the front of the hotel. I saw the bright light. I mean, I'm talking very bright, almost like that welding kind of thing I was telling you guys about earlier. And looking up at it, and then it just disappeared. And it disappeared right when I looked at it, which again, it's a quantum function, I believe. It's in terms of you see it because of your perception, because you're actually noticing it. That's why it's there. So those are 3 examples, but I mean, it goes on and on. Lenticular clouds in Alaska, tons of those when I used to work up there. I always thought it was strange how they looked sitting on the tops of the mountain like that. So they're out there, and all I ask for is the benevolent ones, and I have no problem interacting. The ones that aren't benevolent, if I can help in terms of to help them to have a better understanding of what they're doing here, or to help them to try to understand maybe a little bit more our perspective as humans that some of us don't like when they're hanging up there, without telling us what they're doing. And maybe it would be good to stop doing that and try to honor other people's free will.
In any of those scenarios, was there any loss of time or weird dreams before or after the incidences?
I actually did have a separate one of those, Clint, in Nevada. It was probably central Nevada. Not Area 51, further to the north, pretty much like the very center of the state. I had the weirdest time dilation thing that's ever happened in my life, man. And I thought I was driving down. I was driving downhill, and I was watching my elevation and stuff, and it was changing. But the problem is that I literally the nose of my car was dipped down for like an hour. And that's not even possible because I was only losing like 500 or probably like 1,000 feet of elevation was the most that I lost. So but I was looking and I'm like, how am I still going down? And then when I came out of this thing, I actually saw a very bright light on the ground, and it was behind some bushes. And at the time, I didn't want to deal with it because I knew it was something that wasn't something I was going to appreciate. I think it was probably a craft that had sort of landed. Not a big one, it was a very small one. But, I didn't want to interact with that at the time, and I would not have been ready to. But, yeah, there's all kinds of time dilation, and things change. And I haven't had like a lot of alien dreams, but I will say that I have noticed, especially recently, the past few years, I think you had mentioned something kind of along the lines of the reptilians, Daniel, before. I don't think we always know who we're talking to when we meet people. We don't really know who's in there. It's fairly easy to, I believe, create clone bodies and then put your your reptile spirit inside of it and try to pass it off as a human. I think it happens all the time, actually. And we're, a lot of us are just starting to pay attention to that. But I've met some people recently where I'm like, you know what? I think that might be an alien in that body. And all I have the same policy, is that if you're a true biological human, if you're an android, if you're a robot, if you're an alien, if you're some kind of reptile or insectoid or whatever, I'm going to treat you fairly unless you start messing with me, and then we might have some issues, because I'm saying I don't want that, and you're trying to push that anyway. When I talk about cosmic law, I believe that's the core of cosmic law, is that if you have both parties agree to something and you have full information and no form of coercion whatsoever on either side, then you're allowed to do that, and the universe will actually support that, including stuff that I don't have any interest in doing. For instance, I think about like MMA or something, and they're in there beating the crap out of each other. Well, hey, both of the guys wanted to do that, so like it's okay. I don't want to be a part of that, but they have a right to do that. You got to have the equal agreement, though.
Yeah, what you're saying about like robot bodies and stuff like that, I do remember reading a story from Ingo Swann, probably the most famous remote viewer / psychic that has ever lived. 80% hit rate, which is almost impossible. But he described meeting a exactly like you described, like an alien in some sort of android body or something like that. And not too long after that, maybe a year or so, I was working at a place in downtown Seattle, and there's so many people that walk by, just thousands and thousands. If there's a good place for an alien to hide, it would have to be a downtown area of one of the big cities, because there's so many weirdos there anyways. If you're a little bit different, if you stand out normally, you're not going to stand out if you're in that type of setting. I saw one woman there. I think she might have been riding a motorcycle or something like that. She got off of there and she was just staring at me through the window of the business I was working in. And she was just a little too tall. I mean, there's some tall women out there, but she wasn't just tall. She had just like this perfect build. Every inch of her was perfect. Like uncannily perfect. I mean, I get there's beautiful women downtown, they want to be models or whatever, but this was just too much. She was a little too perfect, and she was just staring at me in the weirdest way. You normally would not get creeped out by a beautiful woman, but I had this chill running up my spine, and the exact thing that came to me was, that's one of them. That's one of those android things. It's looking right at you. That's an alien or some kind of entity inside of a human suit. And I can't prove it. It might just be paranoia. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that was exactly what you were talking about that day.
Man, that reminds me of that movie Mars Attacks. It's like exactly what they did with that lady, wasn't it? And then they found out she was a robot underneath the skin. I think that's very easily can be valid. I've had, like I was saying, I don't know if it's on paying attention more. I am obviously paying attention more and more. I try to every year try to do better and better about the awareness. But man, I've met people recently that I just, like you said, Daniel, I have this weird feeling that, for me, it's more that they're a projection, or that they're a hologram, because it's the same thing. All four people that I've talked to, they'll share information with me, they'll share details with me, and then when I go to check them out, like, first of all, I can't find them online, even though all their information is correct. I've had one where someone gave me information, and then I looked, and it was very specific, detailed information. You couldn't really potentially get it incorrect. I went to look them up, and the picture of someone else came up that was not anything looking like this person. And so it's almost like a computer is like pulling information, trying to create a story. And but you know what, man? I try to treat everyone the same, unless there's a reason not to, but try to treat everyone fairly. And that way, like I said, my primary concern is that I'm not building negative karma, and that I'm trying to do everything I can. The other thing is like a lot of these beings, whether they're spirits or they're in physical form or whatever it is we're talking about, they're not. Some of them are confused. Some of them are lost in the universe. They don't know what they're doing. I think some of them have been subjected to extreme conditions of space, or living underground, or cataclysms or whatever, and when you're a cornered animal, whether you're a human or an animal or an alien or whatever, we're we all want our safety, and we want to feel like we're being understood and heard and everything. So this is part of a much larger cosmic community. And my vision for the future is that as long as you're playing fair, I don't care what the person looks like. I don't care if it's a lizard person or a crocodile person or whatever you are. But like what I'm most interested in is, what is the objective? Is that, are we trying to create a place where everyone can feel comfortable and you can still pursue your passions and your hobbies and stuff? I think sometimes if it's a little too strange, you might have to sort of like quarantine some of the groups in order to preserve safety for everyone. And that's actually, I think, okay too, as long as there's an understanding. But we don't have to be scared of the larger biological community, or whatever. We're talking about life comes in every form you can possibly imagine. I mean, I think, for instance, cats easily could be aliens, or octopus. There's another one. The skills that they have, man, the psychic levels that they operate on, the way that they look and the way they walk around and all this.
They can really borderline shapeshift. They can like almost shapeshift, or they can actually.
Which one?
An octopus, like it could change its color, and it can change the texture of its skin. It can make its skin like rocky-ish, or they can even make themselves translucent. It's crazy what they can do.
Absolutely, yep.
Dr. Robert, are you there? Paging Dr. Robert. Oh man, Dr. Robert, computer issues.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me? Can you hear Dave?
Can you hear me now, or
I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear it. We can hear you. Yep.
Because you guys are kind of going in. You guys are kind of going in and out a little bit.
Probably a bad connection.
Oh, good, groovy, no breakup or anything like that.
We can hear you good though. So if you have a question, we'll be able to hear it. Okay.
A part about like the. Oh, groovy, man! I love it, man. That's nice, man. I feel good now. You know what? Are you familiar with a verse in Hebrews where it says, "Be careful who you entertain; you might be entertaining angels"?
I haven't heard it referenced to angels, but yeah.
Yeah, that's in Hebrews in the Bible. Like, be careful who you entertain. You might. So when you talk about like the possibility of these intergalactic beings or different sort of like cosmic species or celestial species sort of walking around us in some sort of camouflage. If you're a religious person or a Christian, right? When I hear a verse like that, man, like at least based on what's in your book, like like you should be open to that, especially when you have a book that's talking about like like these visitations from these people from heavenly realms every now and then interacting with people on Earth, flying spacecraft. I'm not correct, right?
Oh, absolutely. You're right. The example. Yeah, I heard you. The examples are all, just speaking about the Bible in itself, the examples are all throughout the Bible.
Yeah.
Of strange craft and strange, even references to giants, and let's make man in our image. That's a little bit weird. And the word is not like the same word, I don't think, as it would be to reference God. It was more like the Elohim, who I think are maybe the Anunnaki, or maybe someone else. It's really hard to say, but yeah, you're right. We just have to be honest with ourselves, and like from my perspective, like I was saying, at the end of the day, the stuff doesn't have to scare us. But
I'm saying
you're kind of cutting out, Dr. Robert.
It's breaking up. Yeah. Maybe you can type it in the chat, Daniel.
Oh no, because I kind of stopped because he was talking.
Oh, go ahead.
So I didn't want to like interrupt him. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you, indeed.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Can you guys hear me?
Communication is clear.
Okay, good,
the signal is good.
No. I'm kind of saying like if you have that belief, like if you have, because there's a lot of like little things in Christianity for the fact that they really don't read the Bible. People just sort of like shout certain verses out them every now and then. I mean, because even like when you take a guy like Joe Osteen, right, and you really listen to his sermons, none of it's biblically accurate. He's just more like a motivational speaker. So a lot of Christians don't really know what's going on in their actual book, right? Because it's a lot of like trippy references in the Bible. Like there's a reference to reincarnation in the Bible, right? When they go to Jesus and they're kind of questioning his messiahness, right? So they're going to the scripture and they're going, well, if you're the Messiah, right? Shouldn't Elijah have been here first? Shouldn't Elijah have come back and we should have met Elijah, right? And Jesus tells them, let he who understands and has wisdom, right? That John the Baptist is Elijah. He was born with the spirit of Elijah of old.
Yeah, that's
Right?
very, very.
That's definitely a reference to reincarnation right there.
Oh, absolutely. And there's actually tons of references to it, and I think it was included in a lot of the books that were taken out at the various councils because it was, the church wanted to maintain control over your salvation. You have to go through them. You have to pay them, in order to get. I can't remember that phrase, but the forgiveness or being forgiven. Whatever you did, you got to go through a church, and by the way, it involves a fee. But no, I think it's. I think we need to we just need to take a step back and just try to look at it logically and objectively in terms of what we're trying to come out with this. There's a lot of really interesting information in the Bible. What I was going to say earlier too is a good point you brought up there, Robert, too, because I believe that and this one's I think important to try to develop in terms of if people have other information, please feel to send it on over here. I'm very interested in continuing with this topic. The fact that I believe there were many Jesus imposters. I think like basically everyone, all these different alien groups, I think they sent their own Jesus representative and tried to put him off as the savior. He's the real one. Oh no, ours is the real one. I think some of them were reptilian Jesus forms. There's actually quite a bit of evidence for that one. But the one that I believe in is the cosmic Christ. It's very simple. And the other thing I want to say too is, and like you said about, be careful, you don't know who you're talking to or interacting with, is that what I found is that you can't lie about your energy field. I found that to be very true. You can mask your appearance. You can, use special kind of words to try to convince someone you're doing something you're not, or you're someone that you're not. But in my experience, you can't fabricate your energy field, which means that if someone shows up and wants to interact with you and it feels negative, then it's actually, in my opinion, it's their responsibility to make sure that it feels as positive as possible for everyone that they're interacting with. So if that entity is not interested in doing that, then you know what? I think they're missing the point. And I actually had someone I know. She's in the paranormal community, and she was talking about a story. And she said she was talking to someone that said, oh yeah, my grandmother visited me some night when I was sleeping. And she said that, oh yeah, she had her voice and she looked like her. But the girl said she felt creeped out by it. And so my other friend said, well, then it probably wasn't your grandmother. You can do a lot of stuff to make you look like it, sound like it. But the energy field, I don't think you can fake that. I really don't. I think the universe had put that in as a safeguard, actually, and that's how it knows who all of us are as well. It's not the words, not your appearance. It's what what lives in here. It's actually you call it your Taurus field. Actually, what kind of field have you created around yourself?
I definitely like that. Dave, what do you think of the idea that the gods or the Anunnaki might be returning at some point in the future?
Well, I think that Nibiru, like I said before, is probably the 10th planet, and that's why it's referred to as Planet X. It influences the outer orbits of Uranus and Neptune in ways that can't be accounted for except by a very large body. It's supposed to come, I think. Oh, I forgot what Sitchin said. It's every 6,000 years or something, or every 8,000 years it's supposed to come.
Yes, maybe like 30,000 years. It's hard for me to remember. I read all his books, but it was so long ago. It's like almost 20 years ago.
Well, I think they call it like the crossing, and it's interesting because
Yeah.
it sounds like an orbit's crossing and stuff, and that may be, it may be like something to wipe the slates clean. It may be something that shows up. It may have even created some of the worldwide floods because of the gravitation. I mean, I have no idea, but I believe that we're on a transition point that is unprecedented on Earth. I think it's probably never happened on Earth, to be honest with you. I think we're at the culmination point for all teachings and all experience for this this period or this epoch or age or whatever you want to call it. A lot of people are aware that we're moving from Pisces into Aquarius. I'm talking about the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. Jesus was a representative for the age of Pisces, and he was supposed to have been born at the beginning of Pisces, which is why he's always associated with the fish, of course. The fish symbol, because it's Jupiter. Jupiter is Jupiter Zeus, is Jesus. That's who he is. So what I believe he was one of the ascended masters, and I believe there's in our solar system, I believe there are 12 or even 13, but at least 12. And since we're moving into Aquarius, well, that's not ruled by Jupiter, it's ruled by Saturn. And so what I think is happening is that the torch is being passed. I believe Jesus, Jupiter, is passing the torch to the next supervisor or the next ruler of the age, which is Saturn. And that's kind of, even when that conjunction happened in 2020, that's sort of what I felt, is that it was like a passing of the torch. That Jupiter is saying, my time is about up, I'm giving it to you. In fact, to use a Bible verse, Jesus said, he said, I will be with you until the end of the age. And of course, people say, oh yeah, just the end of the time period. And I'm saying, no, it's the age of Pisces. The end of the age of Pisces, when it's up, he's going to move on. It's not his time anymore. But when you talk about the cosmic Christ, I mean, Christ is much bigger than Jesus. Christ, in fact, the word, I talked about this, I don't know where I talked about it, maybe on my last show, but the word Christ is the same as the word Krishna. It's the same as the word crystal. So for people who don't like the religious figures, yeah, it is the crystal. That is what we're talking about. It's one of the most beautiful forms of structuring energy, and that's what he brings. That's what Christ brings about. You've also got, when you look at your keyboard, not the keyboard, excuse me. When you look at the alphabet, you have Q, R, S, T, U in order. That's Christu, and that's not random. It's talking about Christ. He's in the letters, he's in the sounds, he's in everything. But like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I believe that Christ is actually a representation of Sirius, and even Sirius. I mean, he's coming through Sirius, but he's bigger than that, and it's not a small figure. I mean, this is. I believe it's very possible that Krishna and Jesus were actually the same person, different avatar, like they talk about in the East traditions. But at the end of the day, for me, any benevolent force, I'm behind. So whatever you want to call yourself, I'm fine with that. I'm interested in, are we doing what we're being asked to increase our wisdom and knowledge, and then are we applying it in our local societies and families and friendships, to try to support and help each other. We have to get a handle on our own energy field, try to balance out, round out our own energy fields, clear the karma, get your body working and functioning at very high levels. So we have a lot of responsibility, regardless of what the mythology is. We need to do a lot ourselves,
Yeah, I think that's something a lot of us miss, that we have to kind of get there on our own, regardless of prophecies and things of that nature. Dave, what do you think of the idea? And we talked about the Templars quite a bit, fascinating stuff. What do you think about the idea that there is a secret cabal or Illuminati in control of things on this planet or in this world?
Well, my understanding of first of all, of that group is that it was a smaller group that sort of infiltrated the larger umbrella group. I'm trying to remember if it was they're a smaller group within, I believe, the Freemason tradition, if I'm not mistaken. I think they came out of Germany. But I really think that I don't think humans could do anything without the alien input, because they're a lot stronger than we are, and I believe we need to have some humility for that. They can control the elements. They can even control time. They can phase shift, time shift, you name it. I'm not saying all aliens can, but I bet you a lot of them can. So I think that they're kind of the ones that are pulling the strings. I go from, I don't look as much as the humans. I'm interested in having a word with some of the alien species, because I actually think that they're able to box people in ways that we couldn't even imagine, and intimidate people and humans. I think if the playing field on Earth was fair, like truly fair, and we weren't always pressed for resources and influence and all this nonsense, very, very Earth concepts and physical dimension concepts, I think that most people would be fairly decent. I really do. But when you have a lot of trauma, especially trauma, life after life, and then you have to like struggle every day because you got like a chronic illness, or you have like you live in dangerous circumstances or whatever it is. I mean, it's not making it easy for people to exist. So I think, and even when you talk about the millennium, and I think about some of the prophecies with the millennium and the 1,000-year reign when Jesus is supposed to return at the second coming, and there'll be peace for 1,000 years. I think that's going to, if that in fact is the correct way we're looking at it, and again, it may be a dimensional thing, it may not be happening in every timeline. I think that's going to be a way so we can sort of like organize the spiritual world a little bit better on Earth, and we can get people where they're going to have success. I think if you've been doing things that are not good or questionable, or even you could even use the word evil, if you will, I believe that the way I think about it is there's karma that will be required of certain people on a cosmic level. If you're willing to pay your karma, I believe you can continue go on existing. And I think if you don't, at the end of the day, there's some spirits, unfortunately, I believe will be destroyed. But what I'd like to see, Dan, is I'd like to see the alien influence peeled away. And then I want to know how humans behave when they're not being influenced by the aliens, because they are really strong. And I've even been in one area in particular where I couldn't focus, man. The magnetism was so strong, and it felt like it was pressing. And when your body is being harmed physically, you can't really do anything. And so like if you're cornered, and it's not just one group of people that's cornered, it's like 10, 20 different tiers of people that are being cornered, I believe, by a lot of these malevolent alien races. So I always look up into the sky. I'm not saying humans get a free pass, but you may some of our existences, I believe, they're boxed in that you're essentially required to play this role, whether it's in order to learn or to serve some of your karma, or you're an agent of the universe. Basically, it's asking you to fulfill this role, and that's a difference too, because you may be forced to do something in the current time cycle, but that may not be what you want to do. Like, for instance, I have a lot of things that I want to do. I'm not being allowed to do them by the universe. It basically says, no, we'll show you this, but you can't actually do anything about it. And I think in my case, the proviso is yet that eventually I'll be able to assist more. But if I was allowed to do what I wanted right now, then that wouldn't honor everyone else's free will. So I have to do it at the universe's time, and I have to be okay with that, which I am. But it's a very complex process. It's very multi-layered.
Yeah, I like that. Like me, personally, like going into this stuff, Oak Island, the idea of Atlantis, past civilizations, stuff like that. To me, it's clear that it's not just the elite. There's definitely something with high technology in the background. I like the idea of maybe Hollow Earth. There might be civilizations down there, creatures resembling aliens or aliens that have kind of settled down there. I think there's some kind of truth to that, because you see these UFOs come out, or people describe them, and they're the size of football fields, and they're coming out of the ocean, or they're coming out of the side of a mountain. They always seem to be coming up out of something, or they are coming down and coming into visual view. Now, you can hide down and you can hide up, and there's probably other places in this world that you can hide. It just makes too much sense to me especially considering stuff that comes from like Madame Blavatsky, Hidden Masters, and things like that. It's clear to me that there's something behind the scenes influencing things, and logically looking through different lenses, like you could call them demons or fallen angels, or you could look through a different lens and call them reptilians. There's no difference. It's the same thing. It's a like a higher ascended, more evolved being that is acting beneath its own self, and it's fallen, or it's made bad choices, or it's choosing to exist at a lower sort of vibratory rate, or perhaps deciding to occupy one of these hell dimensions that you mentioned previously. And the idea that maybe the Earth is like right in the middle of all of them, it just makes so much sense. Dave, yeah, we're kind of running out of time here, but I wanted to ask you what you think of the whole Lucifer thing. Any thoughts on Lucifer?
Yeah, I have a lot I can say about that, actually. It's a very, very, very interesting topic, and I think it's going to be a very important topic, especially going forward. And I just wanted to comment on what you're saying about the Earth, again, being in the middle, because, again, if you look at the Norse tradition, the Earth is called Midgard. Well, that's the middle garden. And again, that goes to the Garden of Eden topic, which is a whole different show. We definitely don't have time for that one. But some people believe, in some traditions, the entire Earth is actually called the Garden of Eden. And sometimes it's in the Hyperborea region. It can be all kinds of different things. But I think, when you look at the support for putting the Earth at the center, it's all over etymology everywhere, all across the world. Okay, so what was your question again?
I was just asking you about a topic that
Lucifer.
seems to come up a lot on this show. Yeah, Lucifer.
Okay.
I mean, supposedly the Freemasons, or at least some of them, worship Lucifer. There's always this talk in this conspiracy world about Lucifer. But go ahead.
Okay, well, the first thing I want to say about that is that we're talking about Venus. It's the light bearer, or the morning star. Venus has both benevolent and maleficent qualities in astrology, of course, and in the greater traditions. But what's interesting about that is this idea of the five-pointed star. I believe it's called the pentagram, right? I don't know a huge amount about that world, but I believe that's what it is. Okay, so when you look at the shape of that, it forms, of course, a goat's head. When it's inverted, it forms a goat's head. And what's interesting about that, among other things, is the fact that it has 5 points, and that's the orbit of Venus. That's the first thing I want to say about that. The Templars supposedly worship Venus as that was one of the accusations, I guess. I don't worship anything. So when someone's talking about worshiping, okay, if that's what you want to do, I'm not saying don't do this or do this. But again, you go back to mythology. Well, who was the daughter of Saturn? Venus. And you're talking about the morning star and the bringer of light and the light bearer. There's this conflation that happens between Saturn and Venus when they appear to be derived from each other, or it used to be Venus came out of Saturn, or however you want to call that, maybe at the beginning of the solar system. That's one of the ways to look at it. So I think that's the first thing to really make a point with, is that there is a very close relationship with Saturn and Venus. And you have, of course, the goat, which I already talked about, and GOAT, which to me is God. That's how that, in terms of where that word comes from. And so that's important to establish that. The second part is you're talking about maybe what's the word I'm looking for? A mutiny, maybe, would be the word. Or because the story goes is that he rebelled against God because he thought he could do better than God. So what I think about, and he brought his angels down with him, and potentially those were the Watchers. Maybe some of them were the same as the Anunnaki story. Maybe they're all true in different dimensions. I don't know which one it is. But what I do feel, it does speak to the creation of the solar system for sure, in terms of why the references are the way they are. But when you're talking about Venus as the morning star and the bearer of light, Venus is a very good planet by many accounts. It's also a very lustful planet. And in terms of astrology, that's the side you probably want to stay away from as much as you can. And this has to do with, lusting for food, sexuality, power, whatever. It's all Venus things. Beauty, maybe even fame. So I'm trying to think if it's I think it's the Aztec tradition. And if someone knows for sure, please feel free to write it down. But you have Quetzalcoatl, the feather serpent. Well, he's supposed to be Venus, and guess what? He's got a brother, and his brother is also Venus, except he's the dark version of Venus. And it's the same thing what I was talking about with the cosmic tree, cosmic axis. And for Venus, it's the moon, Mercury, Venus. So the Venus is in the third heaven and the third hell. And you have to have both, and they balance each other out. You don't have the full picture unless you have both sides of that.
That also sounds like from the Sumerian religion, Inanna and her sister Ereshkigal.
In terms of what are the rest of that story?
Well, I'm not sure if it's
she's supposed to be Venus for sure.
Yeah, and then I believe Ereshkigal is her polar opposite or dark side, or that's the way that it was seen back then, as in, Venus going below the horizon and entering the underworld. And they also do that with the sun, I believe, as well. Nergal, Ereshkigal's husband, is seen in that light as well, where the sun, he's represented by the sun, but that's confusing because he's actually represented by the sun as it's sinking below the horizon into the underworld. So there's like a underworld element to that whole like dark side of the moon, or maybe dark side of Venus. Definitely a lot of duality there in any case.
Yeah, 100%. And most of the cultures actually did that. Another example is ancient Egypt. You got it started with the spring equinox. It starts with Horus, and he's the sun. I mean, he's also the son of Ra, I believe. Anyway, but when the sun is at the summer solstice, he's called Ra. When he comes down to the fall equinox, he's called Set. And then when he's at the winter solstice, he's called Osiris. But it's all the same. There's just different pieces of the larger entity or being. And this is how, mythologies are done. And I'll never forget, man, I took a course at Boston University back in 2006. Best course I've ever taken in my life. It was called Greek and Roman mythology. And I remember my professor, by the way, absolute genius. It's funny though, because people thought he was crazy, and he talked about mushrooms all the time, and the mushroom cults of ancient Greece, which it did happen. There's also the Christian mushroom cult is a very interesting topic, and then the shaman mushroom cult through Russia, and it's just everywhere across the world. That'd be a cool show idea sometime. But the thing is he was talking about, well, in this story in particular, I don't know if it was when you're talking about Hercules, probably. He's saying, well, yeah, this was his mother, Hercules, his mother, and then it was also his sister sometimes, and it was also his daughter sometimes. That's how mythologies are, because I think the reason for that is because you have an initial spirit, and the spirit decides in this particular occasion to split itself into 3 parts or 4 parts. And each part is given a very specific part of its character. And then at some point they may come back and to the same being, or for the purposes of that event or timeline, they may stay split apart. But it's a very, very common thing. In fact, when Sandoz Bonacci, who I learned the basics of astrology from back in 2015, when he was talking, I remember, about Jesus, I couldn't figure out what he was talking about, because he said, yeah, Jesus is the sun, but he said then Jesus is also Jupiter. And then, of course, I'm thinking, well, which one is it? How can you be both? And very, very easily, because that's how mythologies work. That's how astrology works. That's how the creation of the solar system works. And all you're talking about is you're splitting principles into its component parts. And it's sometimes an easier way to see different aspects of it, or to like hyper focus on it. But there's many options available when it comes to these things. And like I was saying at the beginning too, and it's always this, and even Jen was he mentioned this before in the show we did, is that just when you think you're coming to a clear conclusion, you're thrown for a loop again, and you end up in the same circling back to exactly where you started, and you didn't figure out anything. And it's all, the universe is integrated like that, and so that it's brought up as a possibility. These are possibilities for us to be able to explore these things, but at the end of the day, and when I often suggest to people who are trying to find your spiritual anchor is, figure out who you are and what your mission is, and that's going to give you really your fulfillment. And if there's a particular figure in history, excuse me, you identify with, that's fantastic. You can learn from their story. You can develop from their story, whatever it might be. But it's deciding, it's very, very simple for me. It's deciding who you are and who you want to associate with. And that's how we make spiritual progress. And all the stories, I believe, are there to help us understand that. But you're also talking about some of these figures, they were actual gods. They were actual humans who were on Earth and interacting with us. And it may have been from one being that split themselves into 10 different parts. It could be, I've even talked about on the last show that I believe once you have a particular timeline that's been completed, everything is recorded in the ether. And if you're a spirit who is trying to figure out who you are, and you want a little bit more of a guidance in terms of staying in between the lines, one of your options might be, before I say this, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I had a friend tell me one time, they said, and in fact, it was in reference to Anana, actually. She said, she let me be her one time. And I said, what on earth does that even mean? I don't even understand that. How is that possible? Well, since the events have already, technically everything is happening now, I believe. There's not a split between past and future and present, just our limited perspective. But the idea is that story already played out. So now that person is actually a vessel, if someone else wants to learn from them, that particular being, I believe you can opt to, and if you need permission, I believe, from the universe, you can live your next life in their body, and you don't have to do anything. You're just gonna go along with what had already happened, and you're gonna get to. It's like staying in an amusement park ride, like one of those trains that goes through the little house or whatever, up and down the rail. You can't make it go one way or another. You're sitting in there. You're gonna go whichever way the track is going. That's one of the options, I believe, for spirits, is that you don't have to make your own way. You can decide, I want to learn from this figure in history. And in your copy, in your version of the universe and dimension, of course you'll be allowed to be that person. We have the right to be able to explore. But the constraints have to be established. You don't have free range of the universe, obviously. And I think when we're down here, we are actually in a isolated system. I think I've called it the cosmic Earth bubble before, or the Earth bubble, and it's the Earth solar system, or the solar system of our local sun. And we're sort of I say we're trapped in here. I don't think it's always that connotation, but I also don't think it's as easy as most people think to get out of our solar system. And it may in fact even be sort of like one of the functions maybe is like a quarantine planet, where people who have, need to figure out what they're doing, need to figure out how to stop interfering with other people's free will. If they have to serve their karma, you kind of come down here and spend some time. And then once the solar system knows you've learned all the lessons that you need, it can trust you again, and you'll be let out, whichever lifetime that is, you'll be let out to explore larger areas of space, which would include like the galaxy. And then larger galaxies, and then the super suns and all this stuff. So I think we're where we belong, Daniel. And we just have to try to be gracious and be thankful for what we have. And you ask the universe for guidance. If you do it from a pure heart, I believe you're going to be given what you need. It's not always what you want, but it is what we need, and it's for your benefit. It's for your progress.
Excellent. Dave, I had a few more questions, but we've gone quite a long time.
Okay. I'll go 10 more minutes, Daniel. I gotta do 10 more.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I did want to go ahead and open things up. Well, first of all, thank you so much for giving us so much of your time. Excellent interview. We only go this long if things are going in a really fascinating direction. So that's definitely a 10 out of 10. I did want to go ahead and give you one more chance to go ahead and hop up on the soapbox, step behind the podium, and just say whatever you would like to say to my audience out there to kind of sum things up or to put a message out there or just say whatever you'd like to say. And also, please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug, anything you have upcoming, anything you've done in the past, any social media or anything like that. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, I'd start off, just want to thank you for inviting me on the show. It's really fun. I haven't done a live show in a long time, actually. I used to do them all the time. But, you know, my thing is that I want people to find the information useful. So it depends on the audience, too. And I hope you guys have gotten something out of this. I have a YouTube channel. I think Jen might have mentioned that, but it's under Dave Petrella 12. That's Petrella 12. And you can type that in, find my YouTube channel. Obviously, feel free to subscribe. I do I do on average, like, I try to do one original show a month that I actually produce. It's very casual, but I have a different guest every time I do one. That's under my playlist called Dave's Podcast. And then I also do occasional shows. You know, like I joined generally on the Subconscious Realms, of course, the other day, and of course I'm on your show tonight. And I put that under the podcast and conversations category under my YouTube channel. So everything, all the work that I do is up on my channel. And it's all, you know, it's all free. Obviously I appreciate donations at any point if people can assist with that. You know, it helps me a lot. And I've got that information on all my YouTube videos. It's my PayPal link if you guys feel up to doing that. I appreciate that. Of course, I also do, I'm an astrologer. I do tropical astrology, also called Western astrology. It's the same thing. And I focus primarily on birth charts, which again is the conditions at the moment you were born. They get stamped in your physical body and into your mental structure. And they provide guidance and karma and things of that nature. Tells you about your active principle, your passive principle, your goal in life, your best matches. You can pull out anything out of astrology if you know what you're doing and you do it correctly. So if I can help you with that, please send me a message. That's one of the services I provide. I also do a lot with principles of pre-Ayurvedic medicine, essentially, which is what I believe came before Ayurveda out of ancient India. And it's actually a lot simpler. It doesn't have anything to do with herbs at all. And it has to do with mostly fasting. So in terms of health tips, if you guys are looking for some health tips, I don't have a medical degree, but I can certainly try to get you down paths that might be of assistance to you in terms of improving your health. And then I also do spiritual guidance, and that's really up to you, whatever you want to talk about. My big thing is to direct us to where we're going to be best for ourselves, and we're going to become a better version of ourselves. That's different for everyone, and it may not include astrology. It may include astrology, but I'm interested in helping people to get to a better spot for them. And in this lifetime, it may not be the same place that someone else might take it, and that's totally fine. We have to try to guide people on their path, and not, if they're not ready for other topics or conversations, maybe next lifetime, So it's all about what you want to do with that. So I'm happy to do that as well. I'm on Facebook under Dave Petrella, Instagram Dave Petrella 12, again number 12. And then I have my YouTube on my about section. I have my email. If you want to send me an email, you can send me that. Those are really the three ways to get in contact with me. And I just really appreciate it, and I hope people find this useful. I'm going to continue doing as much content as I can. I have a lot of research coming up in a couple weeks here again for the season. But I will be back around, and please watch my channel for sure. And my big message over everything else, I've said it many times, is take care of your heart, and you follow the heart and follow benevolence, and ask the universe for guidance. Ask what's best for yourself and also for everyone else, and ask to be given information to move you along that path. And I guarantee you're gonna be led every step of the way. I have not made a decision of my own since 2008. when I said a prayer, very general prayer to the universe, and I said, I just want the truth, and I don't care how difficult it is. I'll walk through fire if I have to, and it's been very difficult, absolutely, but the payoff is massive. And for me to be able to be a voice of reason and a voice of science and spirituality it's an honor. And I'm trying to also be there for younger people. When I was younger, I asked hard questions. I didn't really get what I would consider adequate answers, even remotely. And so that's when I hit the road and I found out for myself. I go into different churches, I pick up different books, I go talk to Native Americans, I go explore the land, energy of the land, I go look at rocks. It can be anything. And that's how we learn. Go out in the field and try to do it yourself. But yeah, thank you. If anyone, I don't know if we have a couple questions or something, I can take a few more.
I believe that everybody is gassed out.
Okay.
Let's see if either of the guys still in the backstage have anything else that they would like to ask or add. Jin, Dr. Robert, do you have anything, or would you at least like to say goodbye to our guests tonight?
Of course, I'll say goodbye to Dave, and you did an amazing show, Dave. You and I, we disagree on things, we agree on a lot of things, and I just think you're a great podcaster, great dude. So, and thanks, Dan, for bringing me up.
Absolutely. How about you, Dr. Robert?
Oh, I enjoyed you. I had a great time, man. I learned a lot.
Awesome. And
Appreciate
Raven
it.
from the chat says, great show, guys.
Yeah. Listening,
Seems like
it was cool, groovy. You be
skating
safe,
to
man. Keep up
smooth
the good
level.
work, man. Inspiring.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody in the chat. And Dave, especially, thank you. It has been a great time. Learned so much tonight. Oh my God, that was great. I definitely want to have you back on again. We can see if you have anything updated on the Oak Island research, or we can get into the Garden of Eden. I'm sure that there are many tangents we can go off on, but I'd definitely love to have you again so we can catch up on whatever is your latest and greatest.
That sounds great, Daniel. And I'm all about whatever people want to talk about is what I want to talk about. There's nothing like I pick a topic and no one's paying attention. So let's pick the topics that everyone wants to do. And feel free to send me a note, or obviously I'm sure you'd be happy to get a message for ideas and stuff too, Daniel. But I would totally do Garden of Eden. We can do really anything under the sun. Even if it's not spirituality, we can still do it.
Absolutely. Well, until then, thank you so much. I will talk to you next time, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Peace. All right. That was Dave Petrella. Wow. That's all I can say. Man, that stuff about the different levels to Oak Island and all that especially, I found that especially good. We are headed into a break. We will come back with lots of stuff to discuss, but let's see if Dr. Robert is available to do his show within a show. Dr. Robert, are you there? His connection's not great today. Dr. Robert, are you there? Paging Dr. Robert.
Yeah, I'm ready, man.
All righty.
I'm ready.
I'm going to.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. I think everybody else can as well.
All right, groovy, man.
All right.
Okay, groovy, man. Let me know if you can't hear me, man, because my computer's kind of tripping. Because I can see you guys once I start going.
All righty. Let's go ahead and play that music.
Hello, everyone. Like always, let's begin with a prayer. My heart is burning with love. All can see this flame. My heart is pulsing with passion, like waves on an ocean. My friends have become strangers, and I'm surrounded by enemies. but I am free as the wind, no longer hurt by those who reproach me. I'm at home, wherever I am, and in the world of lovers, I can see with closed eyes the beauty that dances. I say, welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the podcast where one question can make you look tall and another question can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Daniel-san is the host with the most, and this show is just a mere segment of In the Days Radio. In today's episode 10, we are going to dive deeper, and even more deeper into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. And in this episode 10, we will explore the irresistible temptation plaguing the U.S. government to test some of these psychological warfare principles on its very own domestic population. After all, what better place to test these new theories of psychological warfare than among our own native population, and how to better control our population politically than through the judicious use of propaganda, using the robust media of the most tuned in and mentally massaged nation on the planet, the United States of fucking America, the good old US of A. With the introduction, pleasantries, and formalities out of the way, we are ready to begin. White Rabbit Kill Squad war cry, hootie hoo, hootie hoo. So let's knuckle up and dive deeper down the rabbit hole. Psychological warfare, although in existence for centuries, since at least the time of Sun Tzu and his art of war, and formalized in the United States during the First World War in George Creel's Committee of Public Information, was a discovery of the Second World War, and its uses were thoroughly investigated in the decades to follow. Korea, the Philippines, Vietnam, Africa, the Middle East, Latin America. The roll call of Psy-War Ops is long, and for the most part, still classified, representing again, according to Simpson, some $1 billion per year during the early 1950s alone. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, it did not end with Hobbs newspapers or flyers dropped from planes urging enemy soldiers to surrender. It did not end with the famous death card in Vietnam, a method that was ill-advised and did not work, since the Vietnamese did not use the American-style card decks, but a different Chinese version, har. It continued into acts of sabotage, assassination, and terrorism, sometimes against entire villages in countries we never knew how to find on a map, whose capitals we couldn't even pronounce. Taken individually, these psychological warfare operations may have had a distinct political purpose as defined and identified by nameless man in gray flannel suits in the corridors of power, or by presidents and national security advisors to further their own hidden agendas, but they were manifestations of something deeper, much deeper, a spiritual war, a war of worldviews, a war, ladies and gentlemen, that I regret to inform you we are still fighting, humbly, however, and into the 21st century, both at home and abroad. In fact, one of the scholars and academics who codified psychological warfare via its creature, the newly developing science of communication, studies and research, was a Walter Lippmann. Lippmann, ladies and gentlemen, began his career in psychological warfare and propaganda during the First World War and was the author of several very influential texts on mass communication based on his wartime experience. He understood that the technology of mass communication was having a profound political effect on the world's citizens. They became more aware of life in other countries, the disparity in wealth, access to information, and basic freedom between their nations and their neighbors. It reminds one of the character Pappy O'Donnell in the movie Brother Where Art Thou? Aren't you going to flesh, Pappy? Do a little politicking? I'll press your flesh, you dim-witted son of a bitch. You don't tell your pappy how to court the electric. We ain't one a time in here. We're mass communicating. Oh, yes, that's a powerful new force. Shake a leg, Junior. It was Lippmann who gave us the concept of the stereotype, 1922, which was a continuation of the Jungian concept of the archetype, 1919, by other means. To Lippmann, the world outside our borders exists in different space, consciously from our own. We develop notions about life in those countries, their cultures, attitudes, and values without ever going there. Yet, their political situation affects our own. They exert a political either through trade, communications, or transportation on life in our country, even though we live in a constant state of unawareness of those countries, cultures, and politics. And I need y'all to understand that the effects of these forces on us is invisible, but real. The effect of these forces on us is invisible, but real. We then develop mental images, stereotypes of citizens of these countries, and it is upon the stereotypes that we act. The stereotypes determine our actions and reactions, like the stereotypes of the Islamic fundamentalists, the Viet Cong revolutionary, and the Red Peril. They are easy targets, and the stereotype communicates a specific message, is in terms familiar to the deconstructionism of Derrida. In fact, stereotypes can be created and manipulated by gurus of mass communication and psychological warfare. Stereotypes are culturally loaded and therefore not value neutral. We make snap judgments based on the nature of the stereotype. In the hands of the cyber expert, a stereotype does not contain much complexity or depth. The idea is not to make the target think too clearly or too profoundly to the uttered words, but instead to react in a Pavlovian manner to the stimulus the words or phrases provide. Case in point, reflecting upon the Rick Dalton versus the hippie scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as a way of objectively witnessing how we as humans, or as Aristotle calls us, political beings, respond to people in our specific culture and political reality through the lenses of stereotypical imagery force-fed to us through mass media and other forms of mass communication. Damn! A fucking private road. Property up the goddamn butt. He looks outside his living room window. Got a bunch of goddamn fucking hippies. What the fuck? Door slams. Block! Hey, you. Yeah, asshole. I'm talking to you. What do you think you're doing, bringing that noisy hunk of shit around here at midnight? This is a private road. Who are you? You fucking hippies came up here to smoke dope on a dark road. See what I mean? While stereotypes as Islamic fundamentalists, long-haired hippies, the Red Peril, the ugly American, the evil empire, the black ass nigger, and others are clearly of a specific political nature and are designed to elicit a specific response from the general population, which is being manipulated for specific ends. More stereotypes are more difficult to analyze in political terms. These are more basic to human nature and involve deeper fears and anxieties, even religious or spiritual beliefs. One is reminded of the flying tigers of the Second World War, the fighters, planes that were painted with huge teeth and jaws to frighten Chinese villagers, blah, and the rural troops. But it went further than that, much further. United Air Force Brigadier General Edward G. Lansdale was the CIA's chief operative in the Philippines during the Huck Rebellion in the 1950s. As such, he was under the oversight of C.D. Jackson and Nelson Rockefeller, who were responsible for psychological warfare operations at that time in the Philippines and other hotspots. It was Lansdale, they say, who came up with the idea of using the Huck belief in vampires, the Aswang, against them. The Cyborg Squad would snatch a Huck in ambush and then kill him. They would pierce his neck with 2 holes like a vampire bite and then hang the body up and drain the blood. They would leave the body where the Huck would be sure to find it, neck punctured and drained of blood. Spooky. Spooky indeed. After his success in the Philippines, Lansdale was transferred to Vietnam. This was in 1954. At this time, Lansdale followed a cyborg technique that was used by World War II. Jen, you're going to love this. The use of astrologers to predict fatal outcomes for enemy leaders. I repeat, the use of astrologers to predict fatal outcomes for enemy leaders. Imagine that. Lansdale was so successful, ladies and gentlemen, at his work that he was put in charge of organizing Operation Mongoose, the anti-Castro CIA operation designed to, guess what, destabilize the Cuban regime. In one of these operations, Lansdale suggested, check this out, simulating the second coming. He proposed telling the Cuban people that Fidel Castro was the Antichrist, and then staging the return of Jesus, complete with phosphorus shells fired over Havana. His partners in Operation Mongoose called the plan elimination by illumination. That was in 1962. Picture that. By 1964, the use of occult themes and rituals became an accepted part of psychological warfare planning. The Special Operations Research Office, SORO, at the university or the American University prepared a paper at the request of the U.S. Army on witchcraft, sorcery, magic, and other psychological phenomena and their implication on military and paramilitary operations in the goddamn Congo. The paper was authored by James R. Price and Paul Giardini. American University was no stranger, ladies and gentlemen, to psychological warfare research, having seen the establishment there of the Bureau of Social Science Research, BSSR, in 1950. The BSSR was the scene of magical warfare in Eastern European countries, and its African Psy-War studies were underwritten by the Human Ecology Funds, an organization well known to researchers of government-sponsored mind control programs as a front for the CIA's MK Ultra program. The plot thickens. The Sorrell paper studied the use of occult ideas and techniques by insurgent elements in the Republic of the Congo. It states, magical practices are said to be effective in conditioning dissident elements and their followers to do battle with government troops. Rebel tribesmen are said to have persuaded that they can be made magically impervious to Congolese army firepower. Their fears of the government have thus been diminished, and conversely, fear of rebels has grown within army ranks. The study was ambitious in scope. Like a good cyber study, it recommended that today's insurgency situation should not be studied in a vacuum, but should be considered part of a continuum stemming from the pre-independence Belgian administration, the impact of Western culture upon African tribal systems, the circumstances of the birth of the Congo Republic, and the nature of the struggle for power within the Congo since the 1960s. The administration of Premier Patrice Lumumba was examined, and the study revealed, ladies and gentlemen, that his followers set up a political machine that incorporated African tribal culture, including manifestations of beliefs in magic and witchcraft. The section entitled Supernatural Aspects of the Present Insurgency Situation could be read as a treatment of the Salem witchcraft phenomenon, so closely do the two situations parallel each other. Any sudden illness or misfortune is interpreted as a sign of witchcraft at work. Indeed, there's an important distinction made in the Sorrell study that even though the villagers may understand that a building was destroyed due to the actions of termites, but that building fell at the time it did was a result of witchcraft or sorcery. Let that sink in. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a sophisticated point of view about the action of occult influences on mundane life, and as such comes closer to a modern interpretation of occult forces rather than the older blanket concept, which tended to blame everything on the invisible mechanisms of magic and supernatural powers. In addition, some of the tribes studied believed that the power of witchcraft can be put to use unconsciously due to hostility or envy, and that witch may not even know that he or she possesses occult ability. This is also a sophisticated concept and loaded with implications regarding the limits of human moral responsibility. Chewing out a bit. Loaded with implications regarding the limits of human moral responsibility. In the end, the study admitted that beliefs in witchcraft and sorcery were virtually endemic to the Congolese tribes, despite 500 years of exposure to foreign influences, particularly to Catholic and Protestant missionaries in the past 100 years. Ironically, it was the very attempt by Belgian authorities to eradicate the more lethal forms of occult belief that contributed to the growth of witchcraft. Imagine that. They had banned the use of the poison test, an ordeal by which a person suspected of witchcraft is given poison to drink. Of course, if he or she survives, he or she must be a witch. This is similar in nature to the European practice of dunking a bound witch into a lake or pond. If the witch floated to the surface and thus drowning, she was surely a witch. Execution of convicted witches practiced regularly before the advent of the Belgian administration, who were banned, thus giving rise to a fear that evil witches were multiplying beyond goddamn control. As the Sorrells report states. As a result, many Africans feel that Western political systems, such as the modern state, has aligned itself on the side of evil because, from their standpoint, the civilized elimination of traditional control measures work to protect witches and sorcerers from the retaliation by the innocent victims. The African man in the bush is therefore much more at the mercy of those who wish to harm by supernatural means than ever before. He thus tends to rely more and more upon the witch doctor, who, in the absence of the poison ordeal and other drastic sanctions, provides the main source of protection from evil. Basically, like they always do, the Western powers interference disrupted a very important and unique mechanism for African people. Imagine that. The advice of the Sorrow team was to study the two more Congolese tribes and to compile a comprehensive database on their beliefs, since superstitions vary from tribe to tribe. They also recommended that no side war operations using witchcraft or the occult be employed until the actual methods were examined and approved by their opposite numbers in the Congolese government. They recommended that the use of magical practices in side war operations be relegated to limited tactical objectives rather than broad strategic concepts or solutions to fundamental problems. Further, and I'm almost done, ladies and gentlemen, a solid understanding of magical concepts, practices, and mannerisms is necessary for defensive purposes. Should they play any role or importance in an insurgency situation, detailed studies of supernatural beliefs of specific tribes are limited. The secrecy inherent in most magical rituals present a formidable obstacle to the outside investigator, whether he may be a scientist or intelligence agent. The report is sober and dismissive of a long-term benefit of using occult methods in side war against the insurgents. The writers feared that using superstition would only validate magical thinking among tribes, thus laying the philosophical groundwork for the next crop of anti-government witches. The report outlines several important reservations, stating that tribalism and superstition, so closely related to each other, they have provided a fertile seedbed for political instability in the Congo in measures which enhance the divisive and destructive aspect of tribalism, simply lay additional obstacles in the already cluttered path toward Congolese nationhood. Should the central government successfully use occult methods to defeat a movement based on such methods, the very concept of sorcery and magic that lend impetus to the insurgencies of the moment may gain strength and acquire even greater potential for the future. Very politically correct, but what if Congolese nationhood was not the ultimate goal, ladies and gentlemen, of the U.S. administration? What if political instability was the goal? That certainly was the result. No matter how well planned or unplanned the Congo became, the Democratic Republic of Congo became Zaire, which became once again the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1997. Patrice Lumumba, who had asked the UN to intervene in a case of insurrection in Takanga province, an insurrection supported by the Belgian troops, and was denied this assistance, turned to the Soviet Union. Hear me out. Turn to the Soviet Union. Hear me out. Turn to the Soviet Union. That strategy spelled doom for Lumumba's administration because it painted him in communist colors, even though he was more a nationalist than an internationalist. He was targeted by the CIA and eventually killed, leaving his legacy up for grabs in a power struggle of operatic dimensions that has not diminished to this day. If, ladies and gentlemen, political stability in the Congo was the goal of the U.S. administrations, then their intelligence agencies since the 1960s, then they failed utterly. But, hear me out, if their goal was to increase instability, I sound like Dr. Umar, to ensure the ouster of Lumumba, who was siding with the Soviets, and to guarantee a weak pro-US regime in its stead, with Mobutu and his kleptocracy, for example, then they were quite successful. We will probably never know to what extent psychological warfare operations were used in the Congo, and if they included magic spells and sorcery. What seems certain, however, is that the Congolese tribes never abandoned their native beliefs. Indeed, it was Mobutu, a puppet of the U.S. interests, who reinstated old African traditions in his country, forcing his citizens, in fact, to change their names to more suitably African ones and to adopt African dress. It was the return of the witch doctor, something the U.S. accepted and encouraged in exchange for Mobutu's support against communist strategies in Africa. However, in Vietnam, events took an even stranger turn. Let's stop here. Stay tuned next time for Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert and the White Rabbit Kill Squad. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Robert. Another great classic episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with the White Rabbit Kill Squad. Excellent. Always love hearing about witches. How is everybody? I just got done pounding the biggest plate of Panda Express leftovers. Have I ever told you guys how much I love Panda Express? I mean, let's face it, fast food gets worse and worse. Jack in the Box has turned to crap in the box. Taco Bell is now taco smell. Burger King is booger fling. Wendy's is a pile of dog shit. A ginger pile of dog shit. It's all overpriced. The quality is decreasing. The portions are smaller. Check this out. I heard that in another state, they are selling Big Macs for $18. I believe this was the full meal. It's not just the burger itself. But still, I remember when I was a kid, I could go to McDonald's and get a full Big Mac meal with fries, a drink, and everything for $5. Or a chicken sandwich meal for $5. And now you're telling me that we're pushing $20 for McDonald's food? The most garbage type of food that you can imagine? I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of that stuff's decent. You know, I like me a Big Mac or some of those chicken nuggets every once in a while. McDonald's still probably has the best fries. But $18 for crappy food? Take that $18 and go buy some seeds and some soil and grow some tomatoes and some onions and then slaughter a cow and make your own beef. Or at least just buy some food from the grocery store for that money. I just had to bring that up. Shocking what they're charging for garbage food these days. And what's it going to do for you? It's going to probably lead to you getting diabetes or something like that. See, what I'm doing is I'm getting into some of these like holistic type of remedies. I'm going to try the whole molasses and aloe vera and what's the third one? Honey. I'm going to try to put that stuff together. I heard it can cure cancer. I'm not sure I buy into that, but who knows? Like a lot of this stuff that these doctors are prescribing, it doesn't do jack shit. It just makes people sicker, or they have awful side effects, so they have to take other medicines, or they have to cycle themselves on and off of it because it's all Frankenstein science. And I say that when I say that, I should say I do believe in going to the normal doctor first, but if what you're doing, going down that route, isn't working, then you bring in the holistic stuff. I think that's proper and fair. Wanted to do the mind-blowing moment of the day. Mind-blowing moment of the day. I'd say that it had to be the whole thing Dave was talking about at birth, how the stars and the sky and the celestial heavens are imprinted on you at birth. That whole idea, woo. Imagine walking down the street and just telling that to people. What kind of reactions are you going to get, right? They'll probably mock you and tell you it's much more important to be concerned about Donald Trump or trans kids or the border or something like that, right? Because that's what people think is really important, even though these things are actually just distractions. There is a particular music video that I think everybody should pay attention to. It's Katy Perry's Dark Horse. It's old. It's from quite a while ago. But if you listen to the lyrics, it sounds like she's talking about magic, right? She's saying something, boy, if you're going to try magic, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to pull up the lyrics right now. So there's a part where she says, make me your Aphrodite, make me your one and only. As we know, Aphrodite's huge with these elite people. One of the lyrics goes, so you want to play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. So she says magic, and then this idea of falling or fallen. You want to play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? Because I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Got to be more symbology there, right? Are you ready for ready? Hey, a perfect storm, hey, hey. Because once you're mine, there's no going back. Mark my words, this love will make you levitate like a bird without a cage. Levitation. And if you watch the actual music video, it's just full of Egyptian symbology. I believe there's a part where she takes the Eye of Horus and sticks it in front of one of her eyes, kind of like the Illuminati one eye thing. Katy Perry is probably one of the worst offenders as far as Illuminati symbology. I definitely think that you should check that one out, as well as a lot of her other videos. They're very telling. Some people, they'll tell me, oh, she's not up to anything. She's surrounded by handlers that are making her do these things or making her say these things. I could totally buy into that. I think that could be the case, sure. You could say that about any of these Illuminati queens. But I think there's a scale there, a varying degree. Like you have people like Madonna, obviously she knows something. She's connected to something on a higher level, right? Or Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I know for a fact she's married into one of these families, and she probably knows a lot of shit too. That's what I mean by varying degrees. Look at Anne Heche. She knew too much, and they actually killed her. They're carrying her away in a body bag, and Oh, Jin says in the private chat, Cher too. She is from one of those families. So, Jin, you're saying that Cher is from an elite family?
No, Julia Louise Dreyfus. Her dad is a French billionaire, and he's like a hedge fund or something, like some kind of money manager. And Cher, if you remember, her daughter or whatever was the first trans person thing, whatever it is. Like she was the first. Charity was the first. That was the first that, like, people who are of a certain age, they will remember. And you have to remember that, like, Armenia is this kind of like nexus point for Jurvanism, Yahwehism, Manichaeism, Mandeanism, all of the Persian, like all the Babylonian stuff, and Armenians are Persian. So I do think that there is like a thing with Cher where she's like, I don't know, in something, and we know there are other Armenians in it too. That's all I think.
Then there's the fact that she looks the same that she did like back in the 60s and 70s.
100%. And her, Sonny's dead. So, like whenever people talk about like celebrities, it's just interesting when they've had like certain deaths around them. People often attribute it to some kind of like ritualistic or magical or well, they usually say like a cultic sacrifice. I usually tend to think in a more metaphysical way where I think, okay, it's like a magical sacrifice. So, where they align certain things together and make it happen. But
yeah, I totally agree. I think that trans thing, especially because that was, along with Caitlyn Jenner, of course, that was a huge turning point for society.
Massive.
Was the story of Chaz, and I believe that even when Charity was a little girl, she was like dressing in boys' clothes. She was like very tomboy. So that's a long story that was kind of playing out.
Yes, and I just think it's really interesting because she, not all 70 singers are like amazingly wealthy, still have like dozens of homes, very famous. Like she's like still extremely famous. Every time she goes on tour, it's like a big deal. I'm just saying that you have to be tapped into something. Whether you're saying it's like intel, like some people do it more historical materialism, or some people say it's like more of like a cult sort of thing, which I think it's probably like a mixture of the two. Probably I want to hear what Dr. Robert says, but I kind of go with that, like where it's more of a mixture. So, and you're right, Dan, like that's like vampire blood good looks. And yes, she has tons of money and she can afford
vampire blood good looks. I like that.
But it's just like she looks better, she looks better in the last like 20 years than she did for a long time, like even when she was young. So I just think there is definitely something to that. And I also think, yeah, the transgender thing, I think that it was really crazy when you like start to think about who they are and like giving her daughter that name, like Charity. That's like a virtue name. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, I agree. And the idea that we might not even be fully aware of how far this stuff goes. I've heard that we're just more aware of it in this day and age, but a lot of these royals from the past were actually gender flipped, like certain kings and queens and stuff like that, like maybe even certain famous people from history. I don't want to read too much into this stuff because it can get kind of wacky, but hey, that kind of rings true because I've heard stories like certain presidents that were just massively into cross-dressing and totally unashamed of it. There's a lot of stuff like that. Or Victoria's Secret, where Victoria's Secret was she actually had a penis.
100%. But like some of the stories are true. Like we know that there was a lot of perverts in like the FBI. Like Herbert Hoover was like just a degenerate. I think Dr. Robert knows this, but I personally think Barbara Bush was a man. I have a very strong belief about it. If you look at young pictures of her, it looks like an old dude in a dress, like back in like the 50s. So, and it's like she just stayed this, or he or whatever stayed the same. I just think there's something really weird with that family. I think the rumor of them being like siblings, like Crowley siblings, I think that's really weird, very subversive. So I definitely think that they do. I don't think it's as pervasive. Like, I know there are people that really believe it, where they like everybody is like a suspect in trans, but
Yeah.
I'm not that far. But I do think that part of the inversion is like they love to do it in public because it like obviously it's like a ritual, right? It's like a ritual. When you can do the play in public, you give it power.
You have the whole Bohemian Grove thing as well, where throughout its history, there's been a lot of cross-dressing and stuff like that. I'm sure they would say that has more to do with like the theater and stuff like that, but there's just a little bit too much of it going on there. I think that.
Well, Nixon was probably right when he said what he said, and I'm not going to repeat
Oh, you
what
know,
he said on there.
What's that, Dr. Robert? He must be having connection issues again.
Sorry, Dr. Robert.
Me like the transgenderism in royalty and shit like that. You guys remember with you guys
We lost Jen. Dr. Robert's fading in and out.
remember boy who's you don't remember that's the truth. That's his history. Nero did that.
You were kind of fading out. What did you say about Playboy?
I said the Roman emperor Nero took a young slave boy, cut off his genitals, turned him into a woman, and married him.
Whoa, no, I did not know that. That's nuts.
Yeah. Type it in. Type it in your
Wow.
Nero marries a slave boy. Literally check out the story.
Emperor Nero, slave boy. Sporus. His name was Sporus, and he was a young slave boy whom the Roman Emperor Nero had castrated and married as his empress. What? Holy shit. And he actually had his dong chopped off. That's new to me. That's a good one though. Wow. That raises a lot of questions. You know, I heard that it's weird that what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, a lot of the elite families today that rule the world, they're actually descended from Roman families, especially especially Claudius. You know, Claudius. There's a whole like play or series or something like that about Claudius, but a lot of these families actually descend from him, which once again raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, it really does. It's you know it's we already know like people who have that kind of power always have like little secrets.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't doubt anything like that. I mean, they're always and they'll do anything to hide their secrets too. You know what I mean? Like you know, like they kill you.
Sure. Yeah.
You always hear about stories like that. Like
You're fading in and out again. Could you repeat that? Did you say Elton John or
like Nightline and stuff like that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was
Oh man, the connection just sucks tonight. Like we keep losing people. The signal's just really wonky. They just do not want us to continue this program. They hate
Am I
it.
breaking up?
Really bad, really bad. You said something about Nightline, and I thought you said Elton John. It's just really bad.
Yeah, you know, it's a bad kind of.
Just
hold up, man. I'm gonna switch to another device, man. Give me 1 second. Just hang on and just talk. I'm gonna switch to another.
Alrighty. Well, I don't know what Dr. Robert was trying to say, but I definitely agree. I mean, that stuff about Nero. Nero is a fascinating subject because he supposedly did all these awful things, but then there's people coming forward or historians coming forward saying he wasn't actually as bad as people think that he was. But hearing that he chopped this guy's dong off and made him his bride, I'm a little bit skeptical. I don't know. That doesn't sound positive to me. I know at one point they were saying he was the Antichrist, or if you use numerology on his name, you get some pretty funky 666 numbers and stuff like that. Interesting stuff. I know there were some major fires in Rome during his reign, but I don't think he was as bad as some of us think. He was no Caligula. Like Caligula was the ultimate evil pervert from history. I don't think anybody could top that guy. Like having sex with zebras and like taking young guys into a cave and having intercourse with them and stabbing them in the heart. That's just evil. I just wanted to remind everybody to support alternate platforms. There's been a lot of censorship going on lately. As you know, shows like this are having a harder and harder time reaching people. I know that a lot of our adjacent programs and shows have been kicked off of platforms entirely. We talk about it all the time, but please support these alternate platforms like BitChute and Rumble and stuff like that. I know there's other ones out there. I've been getting into the Truth Social a bit lately. I know that some people might feel at odds with Truth Social because it's kind of the MAGA crowd over there, or like the Trump supporters. Trump is really invested in that platform. But I say give it a chance because I've been on there for a while. There's a lot of anti-Trump people on there. It's not an echo chamber necessarily. There's a lot of anti this, anti that, a lot of people calling each other stupid idiots. It's not that bad. And I think it's good to have a little bit of a following established on Truth Social, because if your X, formerly known as Twitter, gets taken away for whatever reason, you still have some way to reach your fans and market yourself. Of course, everybody's got a website nowadays, but we typically don't use websites like we used to back in the 90s and early 2000s, where websites were everything. Everything's kind of shifted over to social media thanks to this whole smart device thing. And that's not by really anybody's choice. We're just kind of forced into this stuff because you get a new smartphone, it's already got all these apps on there, and everybody's on it because it's way easier to use than the old message boards and stuff like that, old websites. So people aren't really using it like they used to. A lot of companies, they don't even get web pages. They just go straight to Facebook. Oh, go to our Facebook. That's our web page. They might even get a unique domain and just point it towards their Facebook or their Twitter/X. There's a lot of that stuff going on. But hey, don't let yourself get cut off completely. Have some alternate accounts going. Set yourself up on Truth Social. Set yourself up on Gab. We've seen some of them come and go. I was getting into the, let's see, Dr. Robert's back. I was getting into the, what's it called? That weird one, Getter. That was kind of a fad for a while. Then we found out it was like owned by the Chinese. We all got kind of scared of it. Oh, Threads. That's another one. Threads. You're on Threads, aren't you, Dr. Robert?
Oh yeah, I love Threads. Threads is kind of stepping this game up, man. And more of the politicians that we loved in the door, like the more vocal politicians, and all the government officials have kind of moved over to Threads. Like I'm starting to discover like they're like posting more on Threads than they are on X.
That's a good sign. We don't want everything to be in one place. The nice thing about Threads, if you already have a little bit of Instagram following, that following you can kind of flip onto Threads. And I find more people following me on Threads now than I have on Instagram.
Oh yeah, I have a lot more followers on Threads than I do on X.
Oh really?
Yeah.
So you're actually doing better on Threads now.
Yeah. The only thing about Threads though, Threads is a little more it's not as much controversy. And a lot of people kind of migrated to Threads are kind of like, how can I say, traumatized from their Twitter experience. So like anything that kind of like resembles like Twitter toxicity, like they're kind of averse to. So you can get blocked like real fucking fast on Threads. Like Threads, to be honest with you, is like pro Democrat and pro Joe Biden and stuff like that. They don't want nothing to do with any dissenting opinions. Although like there is a lot of tension on there about like what's going on in Gaza. Like a lot of heated exchanges that way, basically. But like as far as like any type of like, if they even sense like you got any type of MAGA vibe, it's like off with your head. They'll get rid of your ass real fast.
Sure. Yeah, that's how it is in a lot of Seattle stuff, like the Seattle subreddit over on Reddit. Like if they even get a hint that you're right wing or on the right or a Trump person, they just hate your ass immediately, and there's just tons of ridicule flying at you. I mean, I don't get into that political stuff personally. I just
like you know I am like, you know, I don't fuck with racism at all. Like I'll check your ass real quick, but like because I got like a few people who you know want to hear something funny.
Sure.
I was on well, it's not funny, but I mean it's an interesting story. I was like having an exchange on X. I had like one like post that went really, really viral. And I guess like this MAGA gentleman kind of entered the post, right? And he had asked me a question where he's like, well, what moral values do we have, right? And, you know, I said, dude, like, this is, it's obvious. This is a Christian nation. You have like, you know, Christian morals, right? Because I mean, like Christian morals, man, are pretty straightforward. You know, thou shalt not kill, you know, thou shalt not covet, you know, thy neighbor's wife, you know, then Jesus comes along, he says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your mind, and all your strength, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. This is the summary of all the 10 commandments. It's just that 1-2 line right there, basically. And he was like, you know what, man? He was like, man, you're cool, man. He was like, no leftist would have ever admitted that. That is a Christian nation. And he was cool, man. He left me alone for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I'd say it's a Christian nation. I mean, Pledge Allegiance has God in it, doesn't it?
I mean, that's what they profess to be. They always say it's a Christian nation, right? So when you look at actual like the Christian moral code, like the one that was given to them by Christ, basically, like it's pretty straightforward what you have to do, man. And he actually goes as far as to say, right, like, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one get to the Father but through me, right? And some interpret that as like, live the way I live. Like I showed you the way, right? And not only that, you want to hear something interesting? Christian is actually a name that was kind of given to them by their enemies. I think they were on a Mount Barabbas, and it's the first time they heard the word Christian. It was a word given to them by the enemies, meaning like followers of Christ, right? But the actual Christians themselves, they called what they practiced the way.
That sounds right.
Yeah, they called it the way, basically. So Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, right? So it's basically, and I said this before in this program before, it's just like a martial arts, right? But it's kind of like a moral martial arts, basically, right? Where you wake up and you practice living a moral life. And it can be hard sometimes, just like boxing or running track. Like, you got to force yourself to wake up. You got, after you work out the night before and you're real super sore, you got to force yourself to wake up again, go through that soreness, do it again. Mike Tyson says, like, discipline is doing what you hate like you love it. So a lot of times, man, you might have extra money, right? And you might have a friend who's like suffering, or you might see a homeless guy, and your first inclination might be to hold on to that and not share it, even though you got extra. And even though you witness a man starving, but even though you feel that selfishness, you force yourself to do it anyway, right? Because if you force yourself to do that way a certain amount of times, what happens? It develops a habit, right? So you want to reach the point to where, like, and that's why I hate when people say, like, you can't be like Christ. You can. If you do what Christ did and you practice and live like Christ lived, and you do that over and over again repeatedly, it becomes a habit. It takes 21 days to form a habit, but it's a practice, and people don't teach you that way. You literally have to use your will and force yourself. Like, when you're married and maybe you're an attractive woman or attractive guy, basically, and you got people hitting on you and they want to have sex with you and shit like that, even though you can and even though you want to, you force yourself to resist those urges and you do the right thing. You do that enough, that behavior becomes a habit. And that's why we practice things. That's why we practice martial arts. You go through the college, you go through these sequences over and over again because you're trying to develop what they call unconscious competence, where your body just kind of knows how to respond naturally, basically. Where it reacts, but when your body reacts, it reacts in a logical way based on its training or based on the way you programmed it by the little things you do in your life consistently over and over again. The same is true for Christianity. Christianity is not, it's religious if you're trying to avoid a spiritual experience. Like Jung says, he says religion is defense against a spiritual experience. But it's a practice if you actually want to go to heaven, and if you actually want to live the life that Christ lived, then you actually start practicing living a life like Christ lived until it becomes a habit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I think that a lot of us, we might have times where we're tempted to tell a lie. Maybe it's to protect ourselves, or maybe it's to get ahead in life somehow. And you do that enough times, something inside of you changes, and you might not necessarily perceive it, but you're actually headed in a certain direction. And if things keep slipping and slipping, next thing you know, you're probably not somebody that you yourself would really want anything to do with. Like you wouldn't want to be around somebody that you cannot trust. And if a person has no morals, no moral fiber, and perhaps no spirituality, you're not really going to want to have them in your life or in your community. Like I personally would feel better. Well, I'm not sure if I can say this. I was going to say I'd rather have a Christian person watch my kids than an atheist, but then I'm thinking of like Catholic. Yeah, I got back off of that one.
But it's interesting, man. I love what you just said there because it reminds me of something the Buddha said. Have you ever heard of the Dhammapada?
No.
All right, the Dhammapada, and this, man, you should get the Shambhala version. It's basically just like a collection of the sayings and stories of the Buddha, right? So it's just like the gospel, basically. Christ has like the Beatitudes and stuff like that. So this is basically like the gospel of Buddha, basically, be the best way I can explain what it is to you. But in one of his like, I guess in one of his like truths, basically, he uses this analogy, basically. And this is what Alan Watts says. He says Buddhism is not really a religion because Buddhism has a lot of atheistic elements, basically. But what we call Buddhism is not really close to to a religion as we like to think of religion Westernly. It's more closely related to psychotherapy, what we do in psychotherapy, basically, because the Buddha actually gave people like actual like prescriptions, ways to behave to change your behavior. I'll get that in a second. But the Buddha says this on the Dhammapada. He says, "Let no man think lightly of evil, saying that it can never happen to me. For as surely as a pot can become full by the drops of water, little by little, so can a fool become full of evil, even if he gathers it little by little. Don't let any man think lightly of good, saying it can never happen to me. For as surely as a pot can become full by the drops of water, little by little, so can a wise man become full of good, even if he gathers it little by little." See, it's a practice in your work, and you're working with the natural operations of your body. The human body is designed to be habitual. That's an evolutionary function, because a lot of times we have to react without thinking. Otherwise, we'll die. Sometimes sometimes you can have one thought too many in the battle for survival, if you know what I mean. You feel me? So basically,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So basically, like, it's basically like understanding, like, like if you do things a certain way, the body grows accustomed to it, and then it becomes part of your character or your nature.
Yeah, I believe that's definitely true. You can't pick and choose your ethics. You can't be evil when it's convenient. or good when it's convenient. It doesn't work like that. It's like you said, it's going to kind of add up inside of you. I think that's kind of the the thing that really gives us ethics in the first place. It's not necessarily the idea I'm going to go to hell if I'm a bad person, or I'm going to go to heaven. It's literally what it does to you. It corrupts you, and it destroys trust within whatever community or whatever society that you live in. I mean, you can't. Even if you're an atheist, there's just nothing good about doing bad or doing evil or living for selfish reasons. And sadly, I feel like the youth today, they're just, the crime, like youth crime, is just through the roof, and it's really sad because the kids are just throwing their lives away over just the stupidest reasons because they just don't have that perspective. And that's probably why they don't try people as adults, because on some level society and people in general kind of realize that sometimes young people just do incredibly stupid things that they regret. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can't come back around or you can't rehabilitate yourself, but at least you might need a timeout from society so you can't fuck.
But you could also look at it this way too. It's like one apple ruins the whole bunch theory, right? Because our government is corrupt. Like you got to look at it this way. Like a lot of times, like those kids wouldn't be doing what they were doing if the government was doing what they were supposed to do, and they were being just and ethical in the way they run our business, basically. Because like a big complaint right now within the American population is like all this money we're giving to like foreign entities, right? When our people are starving and suffering over here, right? And that's so like, because like you have our heavy elite players, right? It's a good old boys club. You know what I mean? They're scratching each other's back, making money hand over fist so they can play little gods. Because that's essentially what they're playing. They have the money to pretty much influence or get anybody to do anything they want, because they can literally change your whole life around in a matter of seconds, basically. But the thing, basically, what I'm trying to mention here, basically, is that fuck, I kind of lost my thought, man. What we were talking about initially?
Well, that's definitely a good point. That
the society is corrupt.
Kids are going to look at whatever's at the highest level is going to set the example. And if the highest level is just all this like seedy corruption and you hear about every day, that's going to make you disillusioned. You're going to think like, oh, who cares if I steal a candy bar when the crooks on Wall Street are doing so much worse?
You know what they call that, Daniel?
Nothing's coming to me. What?
A moral hazard.
A moral hazard?
Yeah, a moral hazard basically is like when you say you have certain laws, right? And then when you have certain people who break those laws, you said it happened with the Black community right now, and a lot of like people of color. When you hear this word like white privilege being thrown around, whether you believe it or not, I'm just using it to explain this thing. Basically, when other people getting special favors, and it looks like the laws we have in place and the moral code we say we abide by are somehow able to escort accountability within that moral code, other people in society begin to lose faith in that moral code. That's a moral hazard, and they begin to rebel again. Why should I not steal? You know what I mean? So-and-so stole millions of dollars in Wall Street, and he just got a slap on the wrist. Nothing happened to him. He's living a good life. He still has his mansion, still has his big car, still goes out with sexy girls. Fuck that shit. I'm doing it wrong. You hear people say all the time, I've been doing it wrong. Nice guys finish last. See, that's the fruit of our labor. That's the fruit of our corruption. Nice guys finish last. I got to get mine first. Dog eat dog.
Yeah. Or that you can look at like some of these road rage incidents where you have these highly charged incidents, and you look at it, it just seems insane. Okay, like these people had a little fender bender, or somebody flipped somebody off, and then the other person chased them down and pointed a gun at them, and somebody got shot or something like that. It's like, whoa! In what world is any of that stuff remotely worth it? It's just like people are just running on pure ego. They can't stand the idea that anybody could like dominate them or overpower them in any way, even though they could just, turn in the other direction and drive home and be completely done with it. Like they don't think
it's all ego when you put it in perspective, man. Like I think about it, man. Like California produces enough food to feed the whole world. Like poverty is completely man-made. Think about all the food these restaurants and shit throw away, and we have children starving. Look at how people, man, who have like 10 to 12 houses, man. Like 5 houses in California, 3 properties in Hawaii, and we have people, man, who are freezing to death outside, man. All that shit is ego, dude. And that's why, and it goes back to something I want to talk about at the end, but I guess I'm gonna talk about it now since we're talking about it. There's a lot of spiritual charlatans out there, dude, who talk all this spirituality shit. And sometimes, it appears they have special abilities and shit like that. But you don't want to look at that shit. That's fool spirituality. And I said this before when I did a post. If my spirituality prevents me from using my gifts and ability to uplift our people, useless. If I can't take that, dude, look what Jesus did with his spiritual abilities. He healed people, right? And he fed people, right?
Yeah.
He
don't
used
see a
his
whole lot of that
abilities,
going
right,
on right
to
now.
alleviate the suffering of other human beings. That's true spirituality. And because I've been kind of raving on this side about a lot of like our because there's some truth when you have some people from the dominant society when they say things like, well, you guys aren't really suffering now because we do have enough black people who have money, who can do things that can really change the way we live in this society, where they can create certain, safe spaces where we don't have to experience certain traumas in society that, that many of us believe is racist, basically. So why aren't they doing it? But you hear them talk about all this spiritual shit. I'm spiritual. I got this. I can read energy, right? But then the motherfucker's walking around with a chain around his neck that he says costs $1 million, while our fucking children, right, are being abused and traumatized because of their hairstyles in their fucking schools, when that $1 million could have been used to build a school where these kids' cultural expression in their hair textures in their bodies is respected and treated sacredly. But I'd rather have a fucking chain around my neck and talk about I'm spiritual and I'm performing miracles. It reminds me of what Jesus said. He said this perfectly, because they're asking Jesus, do a miracle. If you're really the Son of God, do a miracle. Do this, fly into heaven, right? And Jesus looked at him, he goes, only a wicked, faithless generation looks for a sign from heaven and doesn't consider the times.
Wow, you know a lot of quotes. You know a lot of Jesus quotes.
I mean, I read the Bible like 3 times in its entirety, and I read the New Testament about like 100 times, like back to back to back.
But this gets kind of back into a lot of my criticisms of the school system, where the school system is basically just a machine meant to reinforce the rule of society by the same elite families and the same bloodlines, because basically your school gets money according to the income of where you live, right?
Yeah.
So how is that fair or moral or just in any way? That's doing nothing but keeping people that are born into poverty.
It's interesting you said that.
Poverty.
You know why? Now let's talk about this verse in the Bible. And it's about like false prophets, preachers, false spiritualists. When Jesus comes back, they run to him full of pride. And they're like, Lord, didn't I prophesy in your name, Lord? Didn't I cast out demons in see those miracles? Didn't I prophesy in all those spiritual powers? Turning on cars with batteries. Didn't I prophesy in your name, Lord? Didn't I cast out demons in your name, Lord? And Jesus says, I looked at him and said, I do not know you. But listen what he uses. This is a very interesting word he uses. Get thee away from me, you doers of inequity. What does that mean?
Inequity.
It means inequality. Like you have more than you need. You have 10 cars. Babies are starving. Look at all the gurus, man. That's why, you ever heard of the Beatles, right? They had that one guru.
Oh, yeah. Is that Ravi Shankar?
Yeah, something like that. I forget, some guru. But basically, like John Lennon kind of got hip and broke away from him. But I believe like John Harris stayed there. But John Lennon made that song like Sexy Shady. because you kind of realize, like, like, here you are supposed to be a spiritual person of God, and you have all these material things that can literally change the quality of life of the suffering people in your nation, and you're just surrounded by all this fucking excess. Like, I never seen so many spiritual people just surrounded with a lot of fucking excess. You know what money means in the Babylonian language?
No.
It means feces.
Oh, okay.
Because you can't eat it. You can't digest it. It can't keep you warm. It can't do anything for you. It's just straight. It's like an idol. So you have all these shiny things. You have this big house, 10,000 TV cars, all these shiny things. But all these children, they don't even have shoes on their feet. They don't even have a sprinkle of rice to eat. But you're spiritual. You have all these abilities, you have all this fucking money, God is bringing you all this shit, but yet you can sit there and watch your people suffer, watch your people get mistreated, watch your people get abused. What type of fucking spirituality is that?
Yeah, that reminds me of the kings and queens of the past. They did not want to sit at the same table as a merchant because they considered merchants to be just horrible people. Like they didn't want to sit with them, they didn't want to be seen with them, because actually the royalty back in the day, they were not about profit and things like that. They actually believed that they had a duty to take care of their people, and that was passed on from father to son, which may not have always worked out, but there are people that believe that that was a superior system to what
You're
we have
absolutely
now.
correct about that. And the same goes true in the African American community. When you think about, like, at one point in time, like, it was understood, if you were one of the fortunate Black people that had an exceptional talent and that you were going to make it, dude, it was already understood that you were going to take that, bring it back into your community, build a different life for them, and bring others with you, right? Now these motherfuckers, they get up there doing this like, fuck you. You know what I mean? You got to do it yourself. I did it. I did it. Fuck you. And it's a complete dereliction of duty. And and that's why we're starting to lose more and more shit, I think, spiritually, because what they didn't realize, the universe understood what we were going to go through as a people. And that's why it gave us certain gifts and certain talents, right? That one day, although we are suffering, although we don't have anything, we can use these talents, right? And then we can share them in our community and bring others up in our community. And eventually, people won't be able to mistreat us because people don't have the resources to control us anymore. But they dropped the ball. And you go to the description of the Bible about what Jesus talks about, like the talents. Like, God gave you these talents. One man took the talent, buried it, didn't do another with. Another one did this, another one that. But none of them did anything where they used the talent to benefit mankind and uplift their people. They all took it, hoarded it. They all used the gifts from those talents to only benefit themselves.
Yeah, right? I think that's the crux of the problem.
It's not spiritual.
The basic problem is like you were talking about money. As soon as money's introduced, especially when you get into inflation and usury, and the banks being able to loan out 10 times of what they have actually stored in their vaults, that gets into a really crazy area of parasitism, because you're not seeing an equal exchange of goods and services and things like that. They've got everything flipped. So while we're down here making deals with each other, the cost of things is constantly going up, and they're the ones that are benefiting off of it. That really sets the tone for the rest of society.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
You know what else they do too that people need to pay attention to? And this is what I've been telling a lot of people, like, especially like poor whites and Blacks. Like, in order for us really to, like, be able, like, to get our country back and get rid of these assholes, dude, our main focus as far as like studying research should be on psychological warfare, worldview warfare, COINTELPRO, and those type of operations. We have to clearly understand how they're manipulating us and how they're pitting us against one another so we can neutralize. And I'll give you an example of that too. Because we just all fucking know they're just printing money to send to Ukraine, right? Do you agree with that?
Repeat that.
They're just printing money to give to Ukraine and these other countries.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, even though they are printing money, it's still, there's a fraction of that comes out of our paychecks too.
No, I get that, but I'm saying though, so what they're doing basically is you hear all these people complain about, like these immigrants are coming over here and they're getting more benefits than us. You heard that argument before?
That's a major problem around here.
In psychology, that's a technique that narcissists, it's called triangulation, where you bestow favors on another, right? To create so you create a loyalty in them, but then you also create tensions between the people you're trying to exclude.
Oh, yep, that goes back to the Willie Lynch papers too.
Yeah. But I'm not go beyond the Willie Lynch, just between just American people in general. So what they're doing basically,
they're not stupid. This isn't happening because they're negligent or they're not paying attention.
It's deliberate. It's deliberate triangulation because they have enough to provide for everyone's needs. That's what I'm saying, dude. You can't give a foreign, and I'm saying I think we should. I think if we're Christian, we're supposed to feed the homeless. We're supposed to do that. But at the same time, charity starts in the home. If you do that for them, then you have to do a little more for your own. And the fact that they're not doing this, they're engaged in the psychological tactic that necessarily, we know for a fact, this is proven, creates tension that will eventually create frustration, anger, and have the two people, the one who feels neglected and the one that feels that they're being benefited, because they're going to try to protect what they're getting, right? So they're going to stand up for what the government does for them. You have another group who's against it because they're not getting it. They're naturally going to clash. And that's divide and conquer. They've been doing this for a long time. That's why it's imperative that we, as poor people in general, blacks and whites who are getting fucked by these motherfuckers, if we can just put our differences aside for one election cycle and we vote all these motherfuckers out, all the old ones that have been in there for centuries, all the rich motherfuckers who can't relate to us, and all the motherfuckers taking money from foreign government. If we can just set our just for this one time, we can take this fucking country back overnight, dude. But we have to send a message to them that we're united, that a strong message to them. When all these old motherfuckers realize they're not winning these elections, and motherfuckers who are taking bribes and shit aren't winning these elections, that's a clear message that the people have said, fuck you, and we had enough. And that's what we need to do.
Well, for a while,
they're playing games with us. They're playing psychological games with us. It's not cool. It's fucked up, and we don't deserve it.
Yeah, for a while, I kind of was adopting a real pessimistic view because, especially the stuff that was going down in 2020, like I just felt like this is it. This is the end. But as time has gone on, I've learned more. That's the main thing. Is I've come to realize that the events of the Bible are stretched out through a much longer time period. If anything, we're only at the crust or the beginning of it. Basically, what I'm saying is America has to fall and be almost completely destroyed, if not completely destroyed, for a lot of these other events to play out. I don't think that we're as far into it as a lot of people might think. I think that we do have a large capability to push back against these people and delay whatever plans that they're trying to enforce.
Definitely do. Because they have money, but we have the numbers. And right now, while the laws are still in our favor, time is of the essence. And
it's like that movie Revenge of the Nerds at the end when they say, there's a lot more of us nerds than there are you jocks and cheerleaders. And that's the truth. There's a lot more weird, odd, poor, dumb, ugly, whatever people than there are perfect people and rich people, etc., etc. So that's one thing we have to realize. We actually, collectively, we have the power, but there's a term that I learned. And I've been watching a lot of Clint's channel lately. I think he ran out of battery or something, but he's got a lot of William Cooper stuff on there. And one thing that William Cooper says is the elite, one of their tenets or one of their mottos is to, I think it goes, subdue the mob, because they know that the poor people, the masses, are always if they know what these people are doing to them, they're going to want to march into their mansions and slit their throats, basically. So they're constantly trying to lie to the people, manipulate the people, and delude the people. But hey, we're at 4.5 hours. We better call it a night. Dr. Robert, is your connection still good? Do you want to go ahead and close out here? Yeah, he's having some connection issues. Well, we'll give him a few minutes and try again. Gmod says, we deserve our masters. That might be true. I don't know. There's that story about the baby elephant that has the chain on its ankle. I'm sure you guys have all heard this. And he grows into adulthood and they take the chain off, but he never leaves the boundaries of where the chain used to, stretch out to. He feels like the chain and the cuffs are still there, basically. So a lot of the power that we give these people is purely psychological. It's not that they can actually do anything if we really push back against them. I know there are some protesters that went to Bilderberg years ago, and they were kind of confronting some of these elite people, and these elite people were just shocked that anybody would even show up or anybody would even know who they were. It's like they found it to be a little bit comical. Like, who are these people? They think they can do anything to us? Yeah, right. Let's see. He says he's back. You there, Dr. Robert?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, let's go ahead and close out. Say whatever you'd like to say to everybody out there.
We were getting real good, and then all of a sudden, man, I couldn't hear you, and something seemed to happen. Every time we're on a good, strong topic, man, we seem to get interference. I think that's kind of spooky.
It's been happening all night from the beginning of the show. It's been weird.
Yeah. Are we closing out tonight?
Yeah, go ahead and give your last words.
First thing I want to say, man, support the show and support Daniel, man. Daniel's a stand-up guy, man. And we're giving you guys good content. I mean, like, everything I say in my segment, man, is historically verifiable. And at the end of this series, I'm going to give you the whole bibliography, every book you need to read, everything to back it up. Because Dr. Robert does not talk out of his ass. Again, I'm going to want you to support my girl AOC. Because as far as I'm concerned, from what I witnessed, she's the only one in some of the squadron, but she's the only one that's really working to get her constituents like real hardcore tangibles. I already told you guys, man, that she has a video series, man. You need to go to her website, man, where she's showing you guys if you guys can't pay your bills, how to take advantage of certain government programs. She calls it government hacks, where you guys can get money to pay your bills if you can't pay your bills. And she's gonna share a lot of other government hacks where you guys can get real live money. No other representatives are doing that, man. The fact that, like, a lot of people don't agree with her and that her ideology is kind of unpopular, it's not really stopping her, man. She's finding other ways, dude, to take care of people, man, and get them the money they need to satisfy their needs and make them feel comfortable and have a better, dignified life. And all you got to do, man, is just go to her website and look at her accomplishments, man. But I'm saying, though, man, we need to come together, man, and send the political establishment a very serious message. And I think for at least one election cycle, poor whites and blacks, and it looks like we've been doing it to some extent, we can put our differences aside for one election cycle just to send these motherfuckers a message and get rid of all of them, dude. And then at the end, we'll tell them why. We're no longer taking any more of this culture war shit. We're no longer taking any of this divisive shit anymore. We're gonna make sure that Americans are taken care of first. That doesn't mean that we don't help others, but we don't help others if we're not helping each other first. Period. Like, because we have the money. We have the money. So we're going to use the money on us. And then what we have left over, we'll use to help others. But that's it, Dan. And like I said, subscribe. Please subscribe. Get your family members. If you go to a church and your people got smartphones, take them to End of Days Radio and have them hit the subscribe button. Catch you later, Dan. And thanks for everything, man. Love you.
Love you too. Talk to you later, Dr. Robert. Great episode of Down the Rabbit Hole. Always looking forward to that. Such a unique program we have here. People have been coming to me lately, wanting to maybe like expand into some kind of network or something like that. I'm definitely open to something like that. If we could somehow set up a platform where we had complete free speech and we had enough people to support it, and we had a bunch of good shows on that program, or on that platform, I should say, boy, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that really put a dent in our enemies' plans? I think that that's kind of where this is all headed, really. I mean, how much longer can we expect to stay on the big platforms? I don't know. But the nice thing would be to not even have to worry about that, right? Like if we could just say whatever we wanted to say and continue to be kind of that voice in the night, or that voice of the resistance, and actually be able to go anywhere we want with it, good or bad. That's how it used to be on the internet. I really miss those days. I'd love to maybe set up a ham radio or something like that. I love experimenting with stuff like that, but we're just going to keep doing this for now because we want to be able to reach as many people as possible. Great discussion tonight, especially that money thing. I think there's a lot of good points being brought up. Great panel all around tonight. Great, always great having Jen on. Of course, Clint Aestwood. Check out his channel. He's been working his butt off over there, providing great content. He's getting into streaming. He's doing like 6-hour streams over there. I'm always working, so I can barely get on stuff like that. Just a couple things I want to run through before I call it a night. It is getting a little bit late, but new Godzilla movie coming out, another like month and a half or so. Looks really interesting. I'm a big Godzilla fan. I think this one we're going to see some pretty good fights. There's like a giant orangutan in there. It's probably going to get its ass kicked, and I'd love to see that. King Kong's got this crazy glove on, some kind of power up. He's going to beat the shit out of the bad guys. I'm excited for it. I think that there's something deeply spiritual about these kaiju movies. The Leviathan, the Chaos Dragon. That's kind of the original premise behind Godzilla, was that he was actually a product of nuclear development and humankind playing God and creating this monster that just comes back at them to destroy them, teaching humanity once and for all that you cannot control nature, that man is not in control. Man is subject to the chaos of nature. Migrant crimes, pedophilia crimes keep getting worse and worse. We've seen more stuff like that happen. A lot of people committing crimes, and then the courts are just letting them go. No, we're not going to punish you. You're a victim. Even though you punched this 80-year-old woman in the face and pushed her down the stairs. You're a victim. You fell through the cracks. We're going to help you instead. Then they go out and punch another old lady in the face. Seeing that happen left and right. And I think Dr. Robert made one hell of a point earlier. They are using psychological tactics on us. That is why they're doing this. It's just like during the pandemic when they were releasing criminals out of the prison, when they were talking about letting the Green River Killer out until a bunch of people got pissed off. They said, no, you're not going to do that. They made a big stink about it. Otherwise, the Green River Killer would have been let out, and he'd be probably camping out on the Green River looking to get back into the swing of things. That's, I want to say that's how stupid our officials are, but they're not stupid. They're just sneaky. they are stupid, but not stupid in the way we think. They're doing these things not because they can, or because they're not paying attention, or they're ignorant, or because they're crazy liberals. They actually have an agenda to terrify us on an individual level. They're trying to terrify us. They have an agenda of terror. Maybe it's just to keep us under control. Maybe it's to distract us, but none of this stuff happens by accident. That's a big revelation for me tonight. To keep that in mind. And what is it going to take for me? What is it going to take for you to stay safe from this stuff in the coming next decade or two? Like I said, I don't think that we're as into end times as a lot of people think. A big realization of mine was knowing that this country has to kind of fall to pieces and not be a superpower anymore, because they want to shift it all back to Europe. You know, just kind of like how they shifted everything over to China with the economy and all that. That has to happen for everything else to roll out. So it's just an ongoing thing with us when we're researching. We're always looking for more clues, always trying to discern and figure things out. And things might not necessarily be set in stone. Like certain elements might have to be in place for prophecy to actually come true. I think that the more good people there are standing up to these things, the longer we kind of prolong our peace, so to speak. I've actually felt that way for a long time. That's one of the reasons for this program. We're just trying to kind of delay the end. Yeah, sports real quick. Baseball season starting. You might notice your local sports station. All of a sudden it's talking about baseball all day. Very fun. Always exciting. Just brings back a lot of memories of when I was a kid. I know everybody was waiting the entire show to hear me talk about football like I usually do, but football season's over. We had the Swifty Bowl, and Taylor Swift just kind of ruined football for me last year. I got to be honest. I'm hoping we get back into the swing of things next year, and we have a few less psyops. Not a whole lot to say about that. I know a lot of these teams are trading guys and getting their new coaching staffs comfortable and put into place and all that. In the baseball world, hey, everything's just starting. We've got some games going on. Hopefully, it's a good season. Hockey is still in full swing. It's also WrestleMania season, so something to kind of get excited about if you're a pro wrestling fan like me. If you like the wrestling, the fact that stuff like this even still exists, that's another reason why I don't think we're quite at the end yet. If WrestleMania is still going on, like, how serious can you take things? Dr. Robert says we are going to start talking boxing. That's fine with me. I just watched the Anderson Silva versus Jake Paul fight, and holy crap, he knocked Anderson on his butt. I mean, the guy's almost in his 50s. Anderson Silva, he's almost in his 50s, and it should be expected that a young undefeated fighter would do that to him, but it was just still shocking. And he was doing good in that fight. He was keeping up. He was landing more punches. He looked great. And then suddenly I see him on his butt. And it's like, oh no. A little part of me died. I mean, I'm a huge Anderson Silva fan, back when he was in Pride. And he was just like the quickest striker, somebody that you can never imagine getting beat like that. But at the same time, he's not a boxer. That's something he kind of did auxiliary to his MMA career, which he already kind of retired from. But still very disconcerting seeing that. And it looks like we're going to have the brother Logan Paul at WrestleMania. I don't know tons about these guys like a lot of you out there, but interesting the way that they have marketed themselves, and they are incredibly athletic. I think that's something that is always going to play to your favor, whether you're doing wrestling or boxing or MMA or whatever you're into. That just natural athleticism is kind of shocking at times. But I might be getting a little bit more into the fight sports like MMA and stuff like that again. That's all I used to watch, and I kind of got into boxing a little bit too, and kickboxing. But I guess I got kind of burnt out from it and got away from it. You guys all know the story. I talk about it all the time. But it'd be cool to talk some boxing on here. I think a lot of people appreciate that because I don't consider this to be really a podcast. I think of it more as a radio show, and a full radio show isn't an hour or 2 hours. It's usually like 3 or 4 hours, and you talk about all kinds of stuff. You talk about the economy, you talk about news, you talk about sports, you have topics that you discuss, you have guests. I'm not interested in doing just a podcast. That's why it's End of Days Radio. It doesn't say End of Days Podcast, does it? End of Days Radio. And it's a video show now too. And I'd love to expand this and take it another direction, take it on the road and go chase after shadow beings and Bigfoot and stuff like that. I've been trying to get that going for a while, but we'll see if we can't get involved with some major Hollywood bigwigs that can kind of help us get going on that. They've done a lot more with people that aren't exactly our caliber over here, right? Like, are these people on these shows, do they know as much as we do on here? Are they as charismatic as us on here? So give us a shot. Put us on TV. See what happens. I guarantee results. Read my lips. That's it. Almost 5 hours. We had no Todd tonight. I was hoping he'd show up, but I don't know. He's got a new lifestyle out there, and he moved, and he's got a lot going on. Hopefully he'll be back next week. See if he's ready to do his segment. I think he's calling it Edge of the Abyss. So look forward to that, as well as another episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, as well as another great guest next week. We had a week off last week. I suppose you guys might want some kind of explanation. Not really. It's just good to take a break every once in a while. I think everybody needs a rest. Like, we got a lot of great people dedicating their Friday to this show. And man, I'm so thankful that anybody would be so interested as to come on this show every Friday. I absolutely love that. But hey, I think we all need a little bit of a time off now and then to collect our thoughts, plan things, maybe go up into the mountains, go to a retreat, do something like that. So, we'll take a break every once in a while. That doesn't mean that the show's slowing down or anything like that. We'll be back next week, and we will super great as always, even better than normal. Thank you, Chad Warren. Thank you for attending. Good to hear from you. A lot of good insights from him. I see we have Meowie in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still around, but I wanted to point out to him that the crypto market seems to be moving. A lot of coins are trending upwards. I believe that's how we say it. And when I talk about this stuff, I'm not your financial advisor. I'm supposed to say that, because if I gave somebody advice to invest their money a certain way, I guess I could be held accountable somehow. So I'm no financial advisor. In fact, if you invest in crypto, you very well might be wasting every penny. But if you aren't to that type of thing, I believe the Bitcoin halving is next month in April, which means the market's probably going to dip a bunch. It's probably going to start climbing like crazy again. So a good time to buy in, or you might want to wait until after this initial rush or when that halving happens and things kind of dip to get your investments in. But anyways, I will not bore you to death talking about crypto. I know a lot of you probably think it's a scam. After the market went from a bull market to a bear market last time around, I was, you mentioned crypto people, and they're really, crypto's a scam. They don't get that the market's got these like up and down cycles, and the world elite, like these people that we're talking about every week on the show, these like Rothschilds and families and tech billionaires and pedophile type of people, allegedly pedophile type of people. These are literally the ones controlling the crypto market. So it's no different than anything else. It's all Illuminati. It's all about the elite. They're using crypto to make money for themselves. And to do that, they need for us to think that it's crap 1 second and then it's great the next second, because they're doubling their money every time they do that, and they get us to invest in things. But keep your eye on the market. Keep your eye on End of Days Radio. Love you guys. This is Daniel signing out from those beautiful, shimmering, broken ruins of Babylon, this itty-gritty city in the heart of the Northwest. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you so much for your donations. Thank you, everybody that's jumped on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Attitude of gratitude. Grateful as always. Man of God. Heaven sent, heaven bound. Oh yes, oh yes. I will see you guys next time. I am Daniel, and I am signing off.